Okay, looks like we will get started now. Let's see. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this National First 5 Induction event. My name is Dr. Teosia Deniji, and I will be chairing this First 5 Induction program today. For context, I'm a First 5 GP based in Northampton, and I completed my training back in October 2021 and went straight on to becoming a GP partner at the same practice I trained at. And I'm currently a PCN Joint Clinical Director, fellow with the Faculty of Medical Leadership and Management, and also the Vice Chair of RCGP Thames Valley Faculty, and also a mummy. We need to humanize ourselves sometimes. And as First 5 chair, my role is literally supporting First 5s at all stages, from transitioning out of GP training through to evolving within the first 5 years as a GP, whatever that looks like for, each individual. Right. And before we begin, I will briefly cover some housekeeping, okay? So today's session is being recorded, and we are planning to make the recording available on YouTube, within 2 weeks. We do recognize that, there's a lot of information to take in today. So please don't feel you need to remember everything or write it all down immediately. But there's value of being in the room because you can bring up questions, any concerns, anything that you needed clarification on, you can always bring that up in the room. You can submit your questions using the Q&A function at any point. And if you can't get access to that function, feel free to, get in the chat box and actually use it. The whole idea of today is interaction really and networking. So I would want us to, use the chat box, as we need it really. We may not be able to answer every individual or highly specific question during the live session, but we'll try to identify the key themes and then provide useful signposting wherever possible. There will also be a feedback form sent around afterwards. Your feedback would really, really help us to deliver events and make it as beneficial to you as much as possible. It will only take a few minutes to complete, so I'd encourage you to complete that. This is the first national RCGP's First 5 induction, so it is a big deal. I would want to, make sure it grows to a point where actually it's all fully relevant to what you'd love to see. And I'll take you briefly through today's program so you have an idea of what to expect, okay? So we'll begin with outlining the First 5 Induction Hub, how to thrive as a new GP. And then you'd hear about registration, appraisal, and revalidation. Those are all key themes that keep coming up. And for some people, they end up having some sort of hypertension over this matter. And I'm like, no, it's not that deep. Let's relax. Okay. So I brought the experts, to talk to you today about those really. At about 11:20, there will be a break because well-being is very important. And then we actually move on to a session on work-life balance, well-being, and sustainable practice. Then there'll be a panel discussion on career options, progression, and starting your first post. Oh, is someone seeing a blank screen? I'll let the team look into that. Thanks for pointing that out. Is anyone else seeing a blank screen, please? No? Okay. I'll let the team liaise with you, Asif, and then, get that sorted. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, so we'll have the panel discussion. Okay, thank you. So, Asif, you might need to reject. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, okay. So we'll move to a session on that work-life balance and the career options. With the career options, I've made sure we've brought First 5, so relatable people really. So it's not like, you're having these professors in general practice 10 years down the line. Well, not just 10, 20 years down the line. These are relatable people within their first 5 years that are doing amazing things really. And I can say that for every speaker today that is a First 5. I brought class, to you guys. So we'll have lunch after that as well. That'll be for an hour. Then at 2:20, you get a breakout session, but I think we'll come into the main meeting room and then you can divide up into your breakout sessions after that. We'll tell you about that. But the key thing there is you get to meet people within your faculties. The whole thing about you feeling alone, that needs to be dumped. You need to know you're part of a huge community. So you get to meet people in your faculty, in your region, and you get to network and hear what is happening and how you can engage. Because these are things I always hear from time to time in terms of people not knowing how to engage. And afterwards, there will be a topic on understanding structural organizations within general practice. Then another panel discussion on CPD, mentoring, network, ongoing support. What value are you really getting for that? Your membership, right? We'll have the discussion about that. And we'll then conclude with messages from our college officers who will provide some take-home messages. And we're hoping to close about 15:45-ish. Okay, latest 4 o'clock, really. So that would be it. We'll now start with our first topic, which is first five, induction and just thriving as a new GP. Okay. Can I just confirm everyone can see the screens that, no other person's got any issues? If anything, the team are here to help. So please mention that. Right, I'm just going to share my screen quickly and then we'll move on to the next topic. Can I get confirmation that you can see my screen? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Thank you. Right, so I'm mindful of time. And again, please, if you have any questions, feel free to engage. I have introduced myself. Nationally, I'm the First Five chair. And just for clarification, that covers England and the devolved nations. And I'm so excited that today we've got representatives from all across the spectrum that will be talking to you at different points. So that for me is fulfilling, really. Okay, so I'm a GP partner and trainer as well. And also vice chair of Thames Valley faculty, like I said, hugely into leadership. Got a few awards that got me engaged with the college, that whole GP Specialty Trainee of the Year and Bill Styles Award. And it got me thinking about what the college had to offer. But it reminded me that the college does do a lot, really, in terms of trying to celebrate the work we're doing. And speaking of celebration, new member ceremony. How many of you have signed up to it? Can I see a show of hands? Or hoping to go? Okay. No? Oh, okay. Interesting. How many of you have been to a new member ceremony? Oh my goodness. No? Okay, that is something you all need to begin to think about, really. It's an amazing opportunity for the college to celebrate you with your families as well. It's always a beautiful ceremony, really. So I'd say that's something you should consider looking up and signing up to, really. So what is First Five? For me, I went to an event to speak. I think this was in Belfast. And after the person heard me speak, the person was like, I'm so sorry. I genuinely thought First Fives were this cohort of GPs in their first 5 years that were struggling, and I really should not have anything to do with them. If anything, it's nothing like that. It's bringing you all together for everybody in their first 5 years post CCT. So whatever stage you're at, really, it does not matter. And I'm specific about, because I get a lot of questions about, so what if the person goes on maternity leave and paternity leave? It doesn't matter. It's all included, your first 5 years, because all of that formulates who you are as an individual and what is important to you. So it's not you needing to sign up to something in particular, just the same way those of you that, well, most of us have been registrars, you knew you're a registrar, you're in that cohort. That is the same that applies with first five. You are in that cohort within your first 5 years post qualification. Okay. So RCGP becomes your professional home, hopefully, for your first 5 years. We support newly qualified GPs, whether it's peer connection, career development, leadership opportunities, education, well-being, representation within the college. There's all of that available. Now, you all belong to a faculty. We might show you how to find out what faculties you belong to, but essentially it's all on the website. And you can literally just engage by finding out who your faculty admin is, sending an email, and just confirming you're part of that faculty. Depending on where you practice, they will let you know if you're part of that faculty and you begin to engage really. So local faculties is a key way the college supports you beyond, just getting that qualification. So you've got your events, networking, educational meetings, which interestingly, most times are being planned by first fives just like you. Every faculty is allocated a budget so we can deliver activities for our, members in those regions. So the idea is you just need to turn up, engage, with all of these events happening in your areas. And if you've got ideas, you can obviously take it to your faculty and then see it flourish. Mentoring, this one, I think we're not using it as much as we need to, right? So with the RCGP, you're entitled to mentorship. So you literally sign up to the mentorship platform and literally you get allocated a mentor that will support you through the process. Some people need different mentors for different phases, or if you have special interest in something and another thing, you might need different mentors for those, but the college can always plug you into that really. So make sure you utilize it. RCGP Plus, I always talk about this because sometimes we don't like talking about money and all of that because we're amazing healthcare professionals. We're so altruistic and but every little helps. So there is RCGP Plus, which you've all been entitled to really from being registrars, but a lot of people don't always know about it. So there are discounts available for being a member of the college, discounts available, wellbeing resources. If you want to travel, summer is a good one. There are different family discounts. So if you want to go out with the family, do family fun things, there are discounts there. So please engage, leverage on it, and get value for your membership. Learning and CPD, we are big on this within the college. So there are different learning events that happens really across the board. Conference is a big one, whether it's the virtual conference, whether it's a day like today, or whether it's the main annual conference coming up in October in Glasgow later this year. So an opportunity for you to, again, meet people in person. There's something beautiful about networking really in person. But yeah, so that is coming up. So consider signing up to those. And for some of you, you might say, I don't know what direction I'm going into. I just feel lost. But the truth is, the more you begin to engage with some of this, the more things become a bit clearer. The more you begin to network with the right people that you should have in your space who will begin to direct you, hopefully, in the right direction. And I then go on to leadership and career development, which is a big thing. Thinking about fellowships, thinking about committees, teaching and research as well, and portfolio careers. Just let me. Okay. And just to say, really, thinking about fellowships, guys, don't think that comes, 20, 30 years down the line. Right now, 5 years in, for those of you that are nearly at the 5 year mark, if you're doing amazing things, once you're 5 years post-qualification, you're eligible to apply for fellowship. And now it is free. Okay, so that barrier, because, for a lot of people, the payment around it wasn't that great, really. So that is now eliminated and it's now free for you to apply. So please consider, consider that. And for those of you that are just starting out, think about, what you need to do to get to that stage, really. But you're all doing amazing things in your different areas. So reality check. Okay, so a lot of us, well, this was my kind of journey, really. So a lot of us go through training and, we have that structured support. You have we know what we need to meet for our e-portfolios to pass the RCGP and all of that. And then CCT happens, which for you, for most of you, might be soon, might have happened, regardless, it happens. Then that safety net, it feels like, oh my goodness, you're all alone. And then in the first 3 months, there's that uncertainty, self-doubt, overwhelm. Can anyone relate to that sort of trajectory? Can anyone relate to it? You can just raise your hand up. I need to be sure, is the hand on Zoom not working? Oh, okay. I'm beginning to see hands. Okay, your Zoom hands. Yes, thank you. Okay, because that shows you are not alone. Okay, so most of us have felt this. Yes, not everyone talks about it, but actually this becomes a safe community where you can talk about it. So your first 3 months, uncertainty, self-doubt, overwhelmed. 6 months in, you're having small wins. That patient brings, a card for you specifically, and your confidence starts growing. And then over time, you begin to find your footing. The truth is, we all go through that. So don't feel like you're alone. You don't need to apologize to anyone. And the other key thing, right, is about mentorship. So as GP surgeries begin to develop, begin to modernize, there's the idea of having, it's okay to have mentors within the surgery as well as the RCGP ones, okay? Because I know someone that got dismissed because they asked for a mentor within the surgery. For me, that was red flag in terms of a toxic environment. So you need to be comfortable to get a mentor. See if that organization will give you a mentor. Don't be scared to ask. It shows someone that's willing to learn. And even if it's just for the first 6 months, for example, and then, you can have regular touch points, maybe once a month or something. And then, see whether you still need it beyond the 6 months or make it more informal, really. But you should be able to get mentorship. But the truth is, we all go through this sort of deep, and it's normal, but you'll be fine. And there will be a lot of opportunities, guys. There will be a lot of opportunities. I'm not going to talk to you about opportunities today, but there will be a lot. The question is, what do you want for yourself? So that you're not just tossed left, right, and center, really. And sometimes it's okay not to know, and you might do some things to just explore, and that is fine as well, right? Okay, so the shift is real. These are normal experiences. Clinical decision fatigue is also something else. Managing workload is another thing that happens. And I want you to find your own consulting style. Some of you have learned some rigid styles with SCA. It's okay, you've passed. But find what you're comfortable with, okay? And remember, ask for help. Debrief difficult cases. There's still, even as partners, we still have like literally weekly, when we have our weekly meetings, partners that have been partners for several years, way beyond me, we're still asking ourselves clinical questions. How will you tackle this? I saw this case, So don't feel any less of yourself if you need to ask about a case, really. And even though it's gone well, you might just want to sense check with someone else. So it is okay. No one expects perfection. I just need you to be safe, okay? And your confidence will grow with experience. So 10 pills for your fresh year, for those of you just starting out, I do appreciate some of you are not just starting out, but sometimes you might need to hear some of this again, really. You don't need to know everything, okay? If you need to have your CKS guidelines open, your BNFs, it is fine. As for advice early, safety beats speed. Okay, let's stop that comparison game where we're comparing ourselves with every other person because they've finished, they saw their patients in 2 minutes versus you still doing 15 minutes. So safety beats speed. Build good relationships with your team and protect your well-being like any other clinical priority. That is important. If anything happens to you, I'm sorry, it's a case of they'll send flowers to everyone at home and everything, send condolences, and life goes on. So you need to think of yourself first, really protect your well-being. Learn the power of positive no. So I took this inspiration, these words from Professor Margaret Equal, who's our current Vice President for Professional Development. She says this a lot at new member ceremonies. You know, the power of positive no, you will learn that over time, really. See how you can adopt that. Keep learning, but don't compare yourselves to others. And that for me is important, even when we think about the social media age. By the way, I'm going to tell you how we're going to network, because for me, we're not just here to talk at you. I want you to get the most from this. So when we think about the social media age, some of you go on LinkedIn and then scroll, Instagram, scroll, and they're like, that person is doing this, that, they're way ahead of me. No, please, by all means, let's use social media. It's a powerful tool. But I think for me, I'd say use it as an opportunity to gather information. See what events are happening, that conference that person attended, you know, the award that person got. And then see if it's something you're interested in, what can you do? So next year, in the next 2 years, you can also, you know, get into that space. So I'd say don't use it to compare yourself and then feel bad. No, use it as a booster, really. We've all got our different lanes. So focus on your own lane. Find mentors. We've talked about that. Say yes to opportunities. I know I've talked about the power of positive no, but there's something about saying yes to some opportunities, not everything, of course. But ultimately, just enjoy being a GP, right? So we've actually got a First5 Induction hub literally on the website that goes through everything you need step by step. I was going to see if I could share my screen to show you what that looks like. Let me see if you'll let me. I'll possibly do at the end of this just to give you a brief gist of that. And on there, there's some pearls as well if you need that as well. So I'll wrap up, but I want you to think ahead. I know I touched on money and I'm coming to touch on it again. I need you to begin to think about financial planning. Your household is important, okay? Don't feel you'll leave that to many years down the line. Financial planning, income protection, pension, mortgages, insurance. Some of you might not need mortgages, some might, but I need you to begin to think about this really. There's a power of compound interest. We're not here to talk about all of that, but the earlier you start, the better for you. And also, for those of you that the interesting thing is, as a GP, we have the amazing opportunity of going into different sectors. So on one hand, I'm self-employed. On the other hand, I'm employed, you know. And so in terms of how you can leverage on all of those, you know, setups, you do need to think about it wisely, really. So you're not at a loss overall. All right. You will hear more about this from Wesleyan, who's the official RCGP partner at the minute with anything finance. So they organize different things through the year. So look out for their details on the courses and events page on our website. So remember, your journey starts, or it has started for some of you. Engage with your local faculty. First 5 events, please attend. And that's the other thing. You don't have to attend just the First 5 events in your own area. So that's another question I often get. You can attend other events that you see advertised. If you've got the time, if you're interested, if it's a learn and connect, your subject matter you're interested in, feel free to attend it. RCGP learning, mentoring, we've touched on, and special interest groups. Faculty and special interest groups are the 2 points where I think you need to connect. It helps you plug in better into the college. So special interest groups, it's been a thing possibly in the last 2 years that the college has focused on really when it comes to how we help you grow as individuals. So we realize a lot of us have different interests. So whether that is research, AI, you know, just go online, RCGP page, type in special interest groups. You'll find the list. Women's health, men's health. They typically meet 4 times a year. And the idea is simple. You get to begin to network with people in those spaces that you otherwise wouldn't have known about. So even if you start with knowing who they are, the people within that network, by the time you join, you begin to follow them online, see what else they're doing in that special interest area, and see how you can leverage on that connection and grow really. So please, please, please think of, if you don't do anything else today, your local faculty, special interest group, go and join one. Right, I will come to the end of my presentation, but a key thing would be about networking, okay? Like I said, I know it's virtual, so it might not be as easy when we think about networking, but if you're happy, if you're comfortable to put in your name, your special interest, and your contact. I don't mean your telephone number, please. We don't need your mobile number. You can pop in something social media related anyway, whether it's Instagram or LinkedIn. And if you do so, that is you giving consent that you're happy for the rest of us to get in touch, connect, and you never know what could come out of that beautiful connection today. And the beautiful thing is, it's not just your region, this is a national level. So leverage on that. My details are there. Other people will put on their details. So let's engage. And yeah, I'm open to questions. Thank you so much. I'm just going to check if there are any questions for me. I do not see any questions. Oh. I'm going to scroll up a bit. Okay, so, wow, okay, lots of questions actually. Right, will the recording, oh, thank you, you've answered that. Okay, I'll leave that. Okay. Oh, Sophie is doing a brilliant job in the back end going through some of it. So, can locum GP apply for fellowship? Yes, that's been answered. Okay. Videos on YouTube. Yes, thank you. Locum GPs, how to get NHS pension, any advice? So regardless of whether you're a locum GP, whether you're salaried partner, Wesleyan can be your plug to start off with. Obviously, that they're the partners, financial partners for the RCGP at the minute. But yes, so regardless of your stage, your career stage, okay. All the links are in there. Oh, fabulous. Okay, I can't see any other question from local faculty on
Sorry,
RCGP. Yeah,
I have a question if that's all right.
go for it. Yes, please.
So I'm due to finish my GP training and I'll be sending my CVs everywhere. What I'm very apprehensive of is that during my whole training, I could never time my consultation time has always been 15 minutes or more and never less. But as I know and as I hear from everybody else that you do it in 10 minutes or 12 minutes. So when I do go for an interview, is it okay if I tell them in advance, like, that this is what I want and this is what I would need? Would that put me at a disadvantage? That's my
From my
question.
perspective as a
Thank you.
partner, I mean, I can already see Dr. Helena smiling, really. And I'd love to, a part of me wants to put them on the spot, but I don't know if they'll let me, Helena and Johnny. But from my perspective as a partner, I think I do have clear understanding. I don't expect all your consultations to be within, that time frame. If you bring it up during your interview, but not as a weakness and telling yourself, you can bring it up as a weakness, but not speaking of yourself in a bad light, because most people go through that. So you can say it's something you're looking to build up on, in terms of how you consult and all of that. But you do recognize, it's not yet at speed with everyone. But the truth is, most people still run behind, if we're being honest. Most people run behind. So I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't know if Johnny or Helena would want to speak to it. Yeah, Johnny, yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Rajoshi, for your question. Uh, my name's Johnny Lamaris. I'm speaking soon, so I'll introduce myself then. But I'm a GP of 31 years standing, and I work in the south of England. A very, very large number of practices in the south of England have moved to 15 minutes, and they moved to 15 minutes really over COVID time. Um, our practice has actually been doing 15-minute appointments since 2018, so a significant amount of time. Um, be careful when they're talking about appointment lengths, because I always talk about a number of appointments an hour. And because lots of practices put blocks in, so they'll say they're 10-minute appointments, but in fact, you've got 2 blocks. So that's 4 appointments an hour, which is equivalent to a 15-minute appointment. So just ask them what their natural sort of how many appointments an hour they usually that their qualified GPs undertake. And then, as Toyosi said, spin it. That you like to deal with patients in a holistic way, deal with all their problems, which saves time rather than then doing one problem and returning for another appointment. So make a positive out of what is pretty standard a 15-minute appointment time.
Thank you so much, Johnny. See the wisdom we have in the room, yeah. Thank you so much, Johnny,
Thank,
for that.
thank you very much, Anit. Really appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay. Right. And just to touch on that as well. So you'd find every practice is different, like Johnny has pointed out. And for us, we gave our salaries the opportunity to design what sort of schedules they want, as long as you meet your sort of 25 appointments a day for those doing a full day. So some would want it 15 minutes, some want it 10 minutes. So they could design that really. So there are all of these flexibilities out there. There are more questions coming through. Thank you. But I think for time, we might need to move on. Something about fellowship. What sort of things will make you qualified to apply for this in the future? And how early should you start working towards this? A lot of you are already in positions where you're already doing things. So whether you're trainers, so whether you're doing things in community, anything you're doing, even just in the GP surgery, developing the frailty side of things, something, it's all the details are on the fellowship website. And that's us talking about the RCGP fellowship. There are other fellowships out there. So it depends on which one you're talking about. All right. And I think on that note, we're going to stop for time, but we'll come through all these questions later. But thank you so much for engaging, everyone. And like I said, feel free to engage. Let's network and let's get the most of today. Thank you.
Am I kicking off before Helena? Because those aren't my slides.
Yes, I
Excellent.
was going to introduce you first. So we're going to move on to our topic, registration, appraisal, and validation, building strong foundations by our professor, Johnny Elian Maris, and Dr. Helena McKen would come in later, okay? Johnny, you want to introduce yourself, right? I mean, I've got details here.
Yeah, brilliant. So if I could have the first slide, I'm very happy, Toyosi, to introduce myself. So I thought it was quite important. I'm going to be talking about GMC registration, license to practice, and performers list requirements. And I thought you ought to know my credentials for actually speaking on this subject. So these are my credentials. I'm a GP and GP trainer. I've been a GP for 31 years and a trainer for 28 of those 31 years. I think it's 32 years now. And I'm on the Southeast Medical Performers List, so Southeast England. I'm a clinical advisor for NHS England Southeast with a specific remit for the medical performers list issues, return to practice, and guidance to performers. I'm also a clinical advisor for NHS England Midlands for patient complaints, a topic which I know causes quite a lot of distress in First5. In fact, it causes a lot of distress in every group of GPs, be they early years, middle years, or latter years. I'm a member of the NHS England, what used to be called the PAG, Performance Advisory Group, now called the PSG. I think it stands for Performance Support Group, and the Performers List disciplinary panel. And that's the NHS England's equivalent of being referred to the GMC. I'm a civilian advisor for the Royal Navy, so I have understanding of military performers, and I'm a member of their General Practice Education Committee. And lastly, I'm the RCGP Medical Director for GP Training and Registration. So anyone that wants to become a GP in the UK, whether you're coming from abroad, with an established family medicine qualification, or coming to do a vocational training scheme and get a CCT in the UK, you will come through our department, and I add the clinical input to that. There's my email. Please don't hesitate to email me if you've got any questions. I'm pretty good at answering. If I haven't answered within about 48 hours, then I probably haven't got the email. So just send it again. And there's my LinkedIn there. So next slide, please. I don't apologize for this. I did read that some of you are literally CCTing today by the looks of it. So some of you who've been on the performers list for some time won't need this information, but some of you may well. So to apply for the UK Medical Performers List, the MPL, as GP registrar, you will have to submit your application by PCSE online. Now, there used to be a period of about 3 months. It sort of changed the length of time, whereby if you hadn't applied, you could work not being on the performers list. That disappeared a number of years ago. So the day you CCT, you cannot work in general practice as a GP unless you're on the medical performers list. So it's really important that you apply for the medical performers list 3 to 6 months before your expected CCT date. Okay, really, really important. And there is absolutely no leeway in that anymore. And just a little tip. Some of you may have come across this foible, but make sure you select GP registrar, please, in the capacity section rather than GP performer. If you select GP performer, you will go down a route that will end not in disaster, but it'll end in nowhere. And there'll be all sorts of emails going backwards and forwards to your local performers list. Next slide, please. So that's what it looks like. There is a fantastic, I hesitate to say, capita video there. Please use it. If you just Google GP registrar MPL application, it'll take you through. It really is very good and very comprehensive. Next slide, please. So, maintaining your medical performers list. And this is what everyone gets really quite concerned about. And I'd like to reassure you not to get concerned about it. So each region does have slightly different interpretation of the rules, but they all follow the same themes. So you must maintain your license to practice. Absolutely key. And what that means is that you must revalidate. So you must not only pay your GMC subscriptions annually, which is registration, but you must be in a revalidation cycle to maintain on the medical performers list. Now, if you have issues with sickness or issues with revalidation, it's really important that you contact your local NHS England team to talk to them about that, because revalidation can be put back. So please don't worry if you run into issues. Communication is the absolute key, and please don't leave it till the last minute. It just causes issues. You must engage with appraisal to remain on the medical performers list. Now, that doesn't mean you need to be appraised every year, but you must engage with the process. And to have an NHS England appraisal, you need to undertake one session of NHS work annually. Now, this all gets really confusing because people think to stay on the medical performers list, you only need to undertake one session of NHS work annually. And for a period of time, that is absolutely true. But to be eligible for your NHS England appraisal, you need to undertake one session of NHS work annually, and no one defines in particular what a session is. Now, to maintain on the medical performers list without any concerns being raised by the performance team, you have to undertake 40 sessions or more per year of NHS general practice, and we'll talk about that later. There is leeway there, and the rules are looked at differently depending on where you are with your career. So what we do in the performance team is identify your work and career background. So somebody who's been working as a GP for 25 years, doing 6 sessions a week, and then has a period of time off is in a very, very different place to somebody who CCT'd 9 months ago doing 2 sessions a week. So the art of general practice for the 25-year GP, they're never going to lose it. They understand the art of general practice, but early years, you are learning the art of general practice. You don't come out, I think everyone understands this, you don't come out as a fully fledged, experienced GP. You start the process of learning once you CCT. Next slide, please. So this is where I was talking about you can miss a year or two. And of course, for those of you who have maternity or paternity leave, so parental leave, you can take up to a year off without any issues whatsoever. So within a revalidation cycle, you can miss a year or two without there being an issue. However, that must be with prior agreement from NHSE. And of course, if it is due to sickness, this is probably the lowest thing on your mind. But just try and remember, I must contact the performers list. It's not the end of the world if you don't. It just makes life very much easier. So within a revalidation cycle, you must undertake a GMC compliant MSF and PSQ. And that's with NHS patients. So if you're doing private work alongside your NHS work, you cannot use those patients for your patient satisfaction questionnaire. They have to be with NHS patients. Likewise, if you're going abroad for a year or two, and working as a GP in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, something like that, the PSQ will not stand if it is done with those patients. So that's within a revalidation cycle. The MSF, the GMC really encourages you to ask a good number of doctors, of GPs working with you to complete the MSF. But of course, if you're working in a 2-doctor practice, that's actually quite difficult. So there is leeway on that, depending on where you're working. You don't need to be on the medical performers list if working privately, unless your private contract states you need to be on the medical performers list. Okay. So if you're working whole time or all your work in the private sector, you do not need to be on the medical performers list, but you must maintain your license to practice. Again, what that means is you must revalidate. If in doubt, speak to your appraiser, because even if you're working in private general practice, you will need an appraiser. It won't be an NHS England appraiser. You will purchase the services of a private GMC accredited appraiser. If you're really unsure, speak to the medical performers list local team in your region, and they may suggest you speak to a clinical advisor if you have a very complex career history and work situation. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide, and I'm very open to questions because it is such a complex area. You can do low volume work for 1 to 2 years, dependent on your career. So this brings in low volume is below 40 sessions a year. So if you do 40 or above, as I said, your appraiser won't even blink in the main. If you're doing less than that, and nobody's going to sit there counting them, so it's by self-declaration. And of course, there are probity and fitness to practice issues if you give a false declaration. But you can do below 40 sessions a year for 1 year without any issue at all. So if you decide you want to take some time out to go traveling for 6 months and do something else, that's absolutely fine. That's no problem at all. If you do that for 2 years, your appraiser may consider, depending on where you are in your career, that your skills have degraded. And that getting back to practice, for those of you who have been on maternity leave, it's quite a torrid time coming back into an unsupportive practice if you haven't worked for a year because you've been undertaking childcare. And it may be suggested that you need support coming back from 1 or 2 years of low volume or no volume work. That can be done officially through the Return to Practice scheme, or if you are working in a really supportive practice, an NHS England agreed practice induction, a re-induction, to where you're working. But this is where clinical advisor in your NHS England team will actually give you recommendations about what you should do. Defined scope of practice takes up a lot of my time. So I have discussions with performers who are doing dermatology only, or ENT only, or aesthetics only. And that's what's called defined scope of practice. Now, you can do that alongside your 40 sessions plus of general practice with no problem whatsoever. That would be declared in your appraisal, and you would have a discussion with your appraisal at your annual appraisal. But if you are only doing that, then if you are working for an employer or for yourself who is not what's called a designated body, and a designated body is an organization that has a responsible officer, an RO. But if you don't work for a designated body, then you can remain on the medical performers list under defined scope of practice, which means you cannot, without talking to a clinical advisor, move straight to whole scope of practice, as in go in and do a locum session of undifferentiated care, if you have not been doing it for a year or 2 years, again, depending on how long you have been practicing. So if you are working for an organization doing defined scope of practice who is a designated body, your clinical advisor will recommend you you resign from the medical performers list and actually change your GMC RO to the organization that employs you. And that's not a particularly bad thing, because getting back onto the medical performers list historically has been horrendous prior to 3 years ago. Now it is so much easier to get back on the medical performers list, and that's whole scope of practice. You will have a discussion with the clinical advisor, and you will then be, in all likelihood, recommended to do a return to practice placement in an NHS England approved practice. And that is another talk for another day. But it is so much easier to get back on to the medical performers list. All of this is not about command and control. All of this is about your safety as a practitioner and patient safety. And what we don't do is put you under undue pressure, but we certainly encourage you to think about your own personal safety as a practitioner and the safety of your patients. So that is the end of what I've got to say. Helena, do you want to take over from that and then we'll share questions, or would that be the place to do this?
I think that would, because a lot of the questions I'm going to cover, the questions that have already been posted, and I'm not going to answer individual questions that I'm going to cover, because when you've got my slides, there will be links and you can use the links to answer many of the questions I've already read. Thank you, Johnny. I think you've been a GP 1 year more than me, because I've been a GP 31 years. Um, and I'm the medical director for professional development and quality. That's a part-time role. So a long time alongside that, I'm a GP. I'm currently a GP locum, but I have a portfolio career. You will find that on LinkedIn. I'm going off the later today in my role as a non-executive director for a large university teaching hospital, where I'm going to the quality committee, which I'm deputy chair of. And I've got a very, very long history in appraisal. I helped roll appraisal out in 2002. I'm an appraiser in two NHS England regions, appraised for a private appraisal service. And I am the lead appraiser for a mental health provider. So you can imagine they're all very bitty part-time jobs, but I can answer all sorts of things appraisal, as can my colleagues in the college. And we sometimes come to Johnny to make sure that our answers are aligned. So I'm going to talk about the annual appraisal, and you will have all the slides. Lots of them have got live links. I've checked the links work, so they were certainly working a week ago. I'm going to ask you to start preparing from your first day. And if you've CCT'd today, there's a job to do this afternoon or this evening. And then there's a very short passage about common early pitfalls and how to avoid them. My slides are really full. This is a subject I know really well, so I may not read through the slides word for word, because you might get really bored if I do that. But you will have the slides. And my email address is here on the bottom. And if you look up my name, there's only one Helena McKeown that I'm aware of in the UK working as a doctor. You'll find me on LinkedIn, where I think my personal email and probably my phone number also are. A bit like Johnny, I try and reply to things quickly. So if you send me something and don't get a reply, probably means I'm on holiday. Right, so I said I'd start with the annual appraisal overview. You'll be glad to know I haven't disagreed listening to Johnny and Toyosi earlier, so you're not going to get told different things by any of us. Oh, thank you. I think someone's moving the slides for me, so I'll take that one off so I don't get confused. And I will take the pictures away. Right. So you need an annual appraisal, as Johnny has said, and it has to cover all your roles if you're working as a GP. So if you also have another role, perhaps for a different out of hours provider, perhaps for a walk-in centre, perhaps as a GP teacher for a university, For example, you will need to bring some evidence to your appraisal for all your roles so that you have a single GP appraisal that should facilitate you staying on the register. Um, If you are not sent an email when you when you join the GP performers list in your area or your country, with the RCGP and the GMC will help you to find your responsible officer. So the GMC tool, which I have used time and time again to check that it works for all sorts of people, is very straightforward. You press on the GMC tool link, it will go through, ask you questions about what you are doing and where you are doing it, and it will come up with who your responsible officer is. And it will almost certainly, if you're GPs, lead you to your responsible officer in your region, certainly if you're an NHS England GP or in your devolved nation. That tool also leads you to addresses for the designated bodies and the responsible officers, and those addresses are updated every week by the GMC. So we are getting something from our annual GMC payment. I already mentioned, please start thinking about your appraisal immediately. And if you've just had an appraisal, start thinking about the next one as soon as you have agreed the summary and the PDP with your appraiser. So as soon as the appraisal's over, open another Word document or open your toolkit and start on your next one. It is by far the easiest way to do it. I'm going to use the same words as Johnny used, and that's about engaging with the annual appraisal. And it's one part of how we get revalidated by the GMC every 5 years. I really, really want you to go away with a message today, and you can talk to your colleagues, you talk to your experienced GP colleagues. You do not pass or fail your appraisal. That is a myth. It isn't possible to pass or fail your appraisal. There are statements in England signed off about your appraisal, and you may possibly get one of these signed off as no, but you still haven't passed or failed your appraisal. The statements have been signed off. There'll be an explanation if something is not ticked, and you'll be able to comment on the explanation, but you haven't failed. And then your appraisal will use your written evidence, but also things that you talk about in the meeting if you haven't written something down, just to say that you've engaged in the process. So this should be supportive and not scary. And I have it on good advice from recently qualified doctors that appraisal is much more simple than ARCP. And you'll all be familiar with, annual assessments. Appraisal is much easier. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So, another bit of homework that I'm going to suggest you do if you haven't done it, and I would suggest that you familiarise yourself with Good Medical Practice 2024, and the link to the GMC is there. You probably are familiar with this if you're recently qualified, but if you're not, just have a quick whiz through it. It will take you less than an hour to read it, and it should all be familiar. And there's a lot of information there about being kind to each other, all the people we work with, as well as our patients and their carers. So the medical appraisal is designed to ensure that our annual performance meets the behaviours and the standards described in Good Medical Practice, which is why I suggest you should be familiar with it. It emphasises the support of appraisal to us as GPs and doctors. Oh, hang on. And includes how we maintain our health and well-being, which is obviously key to us being safe and effective. If we're supervising team members, particularly important, I guess, if you're a locum, you should be aware that the Good Medical Practice emphasises our duty to be sure that we delegate safely. We may be familiar from this from hospital jobs as well. If you ask someone else in the team to do it, whether it's a receptionist, a nurse practitioner, anybody, you need to be comfortable that you know they can do what you're asking to do. Otherwise, a complaint will rest with you potentially. And yes, you're not going to be tested on Good Medical Practice 2024, but it really is a word to the wise that you know how you should be practicing. And your appraiser will help you. Hopefully, that's what I would expect of a trained appraiser to think about what you're doing in your career. Could we have the next slide, please? So, you should hear from your region in England or from your devolved nation who your appraiser is going to be, and that will probably be 3 to 4 months before your appraisal. It may be much longer before, but if you don't know, you can contact them, as we talked about before. And can you just check that you've got no conflict of interest? So that could be that you have seen the appraiser as a patient. Either you, the patient, or the appraiser has been your GP, or perhaps they've seen a close member of your family, a child, a baby, a parent, and think, would this pass the Daily Mail test? If, someone said, oh, you had your appraisal with, I don't know, your partner's partner, so your spouse's GP partner, that is a conflict of interest. Don't do it. It would bring you into disrepute, and the GMC would not like that. So if you think you've got a conflict of interest, or if you're not sure, ask the appraisal team. Generally, appraisals are now remote. There are exceptions. If you feel that you exceptionally need to have any sort of special accommodation made for your appraisal, again, contact the appraisal team. Set aside 3 hours. Most meetings take about 2, but set aside 3 just in case you need longer, and make sure you're not interrupted. Try not to arrange your Amazon delivery if it's from home. Ensure you're not on call and that other people in the practice know you're doing your appraisal if you're doing it at work. Normally, I'd expect it to be in your usual working hours, unless you and your appraiser both agree otherwise. And I would expect the appraiser to have the agreement of their employer in NHS England if they're going to offer you an appraisal out of normal working hours. I mentioned your appraiser should help you to reflect on your work, and to bring out the evidence that you are working in line with good medical practice. And you should reflect on the supporting information that's relevant to your whole scope of work. So if you have another job, such as teaching or working as a GP with a special interest in dermatology, make sure you bring some information on how you're staying up to date, how you know you're doing a good job, how you were trained in that role. Next slide, please. So start straight away. If you've just come out of training, please download your PDP from your last meeting with your trainer. Keep it for yourself, save it to yourself. Don't rely on any toolkits or anyone else. In England, the electronic portfolio you use should be the one that the RO in your regional appraisal team is happy with. There may be a choice of a couple. In Scotland, you'll be provided with the SAW, in Wales with the Mars, and in Northern Ireland, you use this link to the GP appraisal registration and declaration form. They're all basically very similar. Next slide, please. So, as I said, please try and keep your post-CCT PDP from your final educational supervisor's review. Some of this comes down to professional responsibility. It's our responsibility to stay, registered with the GMC. So, download your PDP from last year. Because one of the things your appraiser is going to ask is how have you done compared to what you had wanted to do a year ago. All your ambitions may have changed. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's good to be able to reflect on how and why. If you still can't get it because you really didn't know, you can talk to your appraiser about whether best remembered is okay. They may be able to say yes, or they may say no. Well, don't worry, we're going to disagree that particular statement, but you haven't failed your appraisal. We're going to explain that you didn't have access to a previous PDP because this is your first appraisal since becoming a GP. And so the appraiser can either agree to the statement, a review that demonstrates appropriate progress against the previous PDP, or they will disagree and explain why. And that is unlikely to be any sort of problem for a future revalidation recommendation. So don't worry about it. You have not failed. Next slide, please. Roles, as I said, it's all the roles for which you require a license to practice. Some ROs want to have the names of where you have been working. Some don't bother. Check whether you should provide yours or provide them And if you've provided them and they're not needed, you'll get told, well, you don't need to do that where you're working here. If you work in a UTC or for an out-of-hours provider, hospital, medical school, private GP, as well as your NHS work, it's helpful to provide the name of your medical director or the line manager for all those roles. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are 6 types of supporting information. One is the CPD you've done. One is doing some sort of quality improvement activity in each role. One is significant events. They're the ones that cause serious harms. And you may not have been named in any, and you'll have to sign a statement as to whether or not you've been named in any since your last appraisal. But you might take part in the events in your practice and discuss them. So you might be able to discuss the learning from other people's events, and you might be able to discuss less serious learning events. Say, no, I haven't been named in any significant event, but as it happens, I was involved in X, Y, or Z, and you can talk that through and about any learning or changes you made. Please provide any feedback, but don't leave any names on it. It needs to be anonymized. And if that's complicated, don't upload it. Just say, I've had some informal feedback. It will be with me when I'm on the screen at the appraisal if you'd like to see it. But you don't need to be uploading every Christmas card you've had and tipexing or blacking out the names of the people that sent it. It's just better to talk it through, have it available in case your appraiser asks to see it. They're not likely to, except if they feel that you may not be being 100% truthful, which is really unlikely on either part. Please provide any feedback from colleagues. Again, I would take names off anything colleagues are involved in unless they have explicitly said they can be uploaded into the document. And some people will expect you to upload their names. For instance, if you have a reference from another job, I would expect that medical director will know that their name's going to be in your appraisal summary, but you might just want to make sure they know. And again, compliments and complaints, anything you upload onto your electronic portfolio must be unidentifiable, but you do not need to upload every set of practice minutes. In fact, please do not. And you do not need to upload complaints. Please do not. Please summarise, talk them through, have them available in case your appraiser needs to see them. But I would not recommend uploading whole complaints. Next slide, please. CPD, well, the big questions are, what have you done to keep up to date across what you do? So you can put some examples in. The big question is, what are the 2 or 3 most significant things you've learned? Not the 100 things you've learned, not the 365 things, but what are the 1 or 2 things that have been really changed what you've done? And you might like to illustrate that with a case of an anonymised patient. Have you identified anything that you want to do or did during the year? So puns and dens, any guidance you addressed during a consultation or after a consultation. And that's why I recommend you have your portfolio open or at least a Word document so that you can pop things in as they happen. And please do not use artificial intelligence. Don't use AI to actually reflect. There are places where you can use AI, you can say where you've used it, but don't actually use it to ask, what did I learn about something? Next slide, please. Feedback from patients. Every year we have to reflect on any feedback, so that's informal or formal, good or bad. And we have to do one PSQ per 5 years. If we keep changing roles, perhaps we change practices, it's not impossible that an RO might suggest you do another one. I have never seen it happen in practice. I have come across someone being asked to do another PSQ the year after revalidation because their role significantly changed. But you will need at least one, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, or you can look at the guidance on the college website. Next one, please. Colleagues, culture and safety. Again, any informal or formal feedback you've had from anyone in the team, and you will have to do a formal colleague feedback exercise every revalidation cycle. Next one, please. Trust and professionalism, the GMC are looking for. You'll have to sign a statement that says that you recognise your professional obligation to manage your interests appropriately, and that will include your use of social media. And if you are unfamiliar with the GMC guidance on the use of social media, please, please, please read it. Pop it on your homework list after today. Really, really important that none of that strikes you as a surprise. Next slide, please. Right, during the meeting, your appraiser who's trained will talk about how you made progress on your PDP. Your aims might have changed since being a registrar for many reasons, including the requirements of a new employer if you're a salaried doctor. For a combination of ideas you had from a combination of ideas before the meeting and the discussion in the meeting, you and your appraiser will agree a new SMART PDP for the coming year. So, as you know, SMART is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and has a time scale. And generally, I'd expect to come out of my appraisal with 2 to 4 aims. If there's a big thing, I'm going to go and do a budget certificate. I might only have one aim, and it might be over 2 or 3 years. But generally, you'd be thinking of 2 and 4. And if you can go into the meeting thinking, I know I want to do this, or I know I want to do that, or I want to, get my diploma from the Faculty of Family Planning, you will have the opportunity to write about things you're thinking of doing before the meeting. Helps the meeting be much more valuable to your needs. And then your appraiser will help you to craft this PDP. They may even ask you to write it. Occasionally people do. And then they sort of check it through, or they may be a little bit more spoon-feedy and be more directional in the writing, but it needs to be your PDP. Next slide, please. So this one's very crowded, this slide, so I think I won't talk right the way through. A lot of it is the summaries of things we have talked about. Yeah, one of these statements, that's the first bullet points, are statements that the appraiser's really agreeing you've done. And you'll see one of them is no information has been presented or discussed in the appraisal that raises a concern about the doctor's fitness to practice. So this could be not ticked, so disagreed, if, for instance, you were on sick leave and you and the appraiser had agreed to go through the appraisal meeting anyway because you were hoping to be back at work in 2 or 3 weeks' time, but it might be that the appraiser felt they couldn't agree that because you weren't working today. That's a for instance. These are subtleties. They won't affect your revalidation. The other time where you might have issues of fitness to practice is if you're being investigated by the GMC. Perish the thought, can happen to any of us and might well do. But there could be something where there's a big investigation and so they don't feel able to sign that one and agree it for now. But there'll be an explanation and you get a chance to comment on that explanation as well. And that just flags to the RO that there's disagree statements. And I think I've put an explanation there. For example, the appraiser may explain that they have disagreed with statement fired if you presented an ongoing investigation into a serious complaint, not a minor complaint, a serious complaint that had been discussed but was not yet resolved. Then all cases of any disagreed statements, you can comment, although you do not have to if you completely agree with the appraiser's explanation. Next slide, please. Confidentiality. Yes, don't upload any names. Don't upload any names of colleagues or patients' relatives. Some items of supporting information, such as original complaint letters or compliment cards, are best kept in paper form and shared privately with your appraiser. They can be referenced anonymously in your summary. Keep any information securely that you do not upload until after your next revalidation, just in case your RO asks to see it. So let's say I have a complaint letter, it's complicated, there's several responses. I tell my appraiser about it at the meeting. I've signed the declaration to say that I've had at least one complaint against me since the last appraisal. I will keep that safely in case the RO needs to see it before my next revalidation. We all know about the unfortunate case of Dr. Bauer-Garber, and so we know that your portfolio could potentially be requested by a court of law, which is why I am very, very careful in the information I give to you to say, don't do it. Um, Talk about it, but don't upload complaint letters. Um, Sign the declaration that you've been named. If you have been named, explain whether you acknowledged or apologised, whether you changed your practice, whether you applied your duty of candour and said, I'm really sorry, I've made a mistake. Say whether the complaint was upheld or settled. The appraiser may ask you to see it. But what they're looking for is for you to demonstrate that you've reflected on the complaint as feedback and you've learnt and you've made changes. Your appraiser almost certainly is another GP, almost certainly is another doctor, and they are there to be supportive. We've all had complaints and not be judgmental. So you should come away from your appraisal discussion feeling you've had a really valuable discussion with a kind peer. You shouldn't come away from your appraisal feeling worse. That would be an appraisal that had gone very wrong on the part of the appraiser if you, as the appraisee, came away feeling worse. Next slide, please. Right, so your appraiser drafts a summary. They'll tell you how long it is that you're likely to get to receive their email with a summary. Mine are usually 2 or 3 days, might be a week, might be, depending on how much clinical commitment your appraiser's gone. I would urge you to try not to leave it more than a week. The whole thing gets more difficult. So hopefully they'll say, yeah, you can expect your summary back Monday. You get the draft, you read it through, you get to suggest changes or even make changes. You can do that on the toolkit often, or you can write an email to your appraiser via your NHS email address. There is a maximum time by which the appraiser has to get all the documents in of 28 days. That is the absolute maximum that your devolved body gets scored by the GMC. So I'd expect to have the whole thing signed off within 2 or 3 weeks, maximum 2 weeks probably. The appraisal isn't complete until your appraiser's signed it off, and the summary and PDP. You should then get yourself a copy of it, download a copy of it as a PDF and save it separately for yourself for safekeeping. You might need it for other jobs. Your PDP and appraisal summary are shared with your responsible officer and their nominated deputies. And once that's signed off, I would not expect your appraiser to keep a copy for themselves. Next one, please. So, pitfalls, and you'll notice that two of the pitfalls are the same, and that's deliberate. The first pitfall is you put too much information, and the second pitfall is you put too little information. Because the answer to this is you're being asked what are the 2 or 3 most significant things you have learned. It is really not helpful to have 100 things in there. You can't see the wood for the trees as an appraiser, and you're not showing as a professional what you've done if you put 100 things up and say they've all been really good. Um, so too much information is a pitfall. Equally, too little information. If you think you haven't learned anything or you've not had any learning events, and you've not checked any puns or dens and you knew it all, that would be a real red flag to the appraiser. So again, ask the question, what are the 2 or 3 most significant things you've learnt? And perhaps try and bring them to life. Talk about a case where you put it into practice, where you change someone's asthma medication, with the new guidance. And no previous PDP. So try and get hold of that last PDP from you when you were a trainee. And then as soon as you join the performers list, contact the appraisal admin team, check what portfolio you should be using where you're working, and I would start populating it immediately when you learn something really interesting. That's a lot.
So much for that, really. It looks like we will have about a few more minutes for questions and answers. Johnny is doing a great job, answering a lot of people in the chat. So thank you so much for that. Um, I think that was fantastic, really. There's some key points that have been noted. I think one of the highlights from what you said, really, there is no pass or fail. So a lot of us go in, with that same ARCP tension, but no, it's a discussion, these are mature, like, you need to have mature conversations, really. And it's about your holistic well-being as well. So for some PDPs, people are scared to put things about like your personal development outside the GP world. But please, it's your safe space. Okay, so let's take some questions. I've got one that someone's asked. Let me just throw that open. And this will be for, anywhere between Johnny and Helena, whoever wants to answer it, I'll be fine. So how many hours of CPD is needed for appraisal? And how do you get feedback from patients if locuming as a GP or working out of hours? Yes, Helen.
So the RCGP abandoned ours many years ago. I attend the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, where we also argue this line. So some of the other colleges now have abandoned counting hours. I think the psychiatrists don't. It's not about hours. It's about what you've learned. Yeah, it's really, really not about hours. And you should not be asked about hours either. If you want to take it up with your appraiser, you can say, I've been at the RCGP guidance. Here's the guidance from the website. It's not about hours. It's about the 2 or 3 most important things you've learned over the year, how you've applied them. Give them some examples.
Brilliant. Thank you. And how should they get feedback if locuming as a GP or working out of hours?
Oh, ask for it. So if I'm locating out of hours, I would either write to my line manager, email my manager, medical director, and say, I'm going to do my appraisal. I know my GP appraisal must cover my out of hours work. You know that too. Can you write a little note with some feedback for me, please?
Okay, there's some tips there. I think what I also do is, so I tend to use the link. So my survey questionnaire would have a link. So I'll send it to the patient as well, and then that would apply in whatever setting you're based in, and you can always use that. Johnny, I don't know if you want to speak to that as well.
Yeah, just send it via SMS if you're doing
Yeah.
locum. Usually you'll have Accurix. Um, Understanding that the hit rate is 30 to 50%. So, you need to send out quite a few to get your 40 back. But you just need to keep going.
Okay. Thank you. I've got more questions. When or at what stage after CCT should one consider being an appraiser? I see you've both impressed some people here. Are there any courses that one should undertake to become an appraiser? Why should one be an appraiser? What are the pros and cons?
Shall I start? We're both appraisers. So I think I speak for many appraisers when I say being an appraiser is a privilege. It's really, really enjoyable. I'd really encourage you to think about it. I think 2 years of work, I would think about it. I would look on my regional website. There's a site called NHS, I want to call it NHS Choices. That's not quite right, Johnny. I'll find the site. Um, there's a site where you can have a look and then you'll see about appraising on your local regional site. I'll find you the link and pop it in
Future
the
NHS.
Future NHS, thank you. If you're not registered on Future NHS, this is in England, there'll be something similar in Scotland. Register on Future NHS with your NHS email address. Look for your workspace, which is your region, and on those web pages, there should be something about appraisal and revalidation. I'd start there probably by having a look, and I'd familiarise yourself with the RCGP appraisal documentation, which should cover all 4 nations. So you're really familiar with it. And that probably is the first step for the first 2 years while you're working. And then talk to your appraiser at your appraisal meeting about doing it. And they might tell you when the next jobs are being advertised as a PDP aim.
Brilliant. Johnny, do you?
And it is just a fantastic opportunity to do your own CPD. I never need to do excess CPD because I learn it all through other people's appraisals. So it really is wonderful. And also it's, as GPs, we are nosy individuals. We care about people, and it's just finding more out about people.
Okay. How do you handle claim letters being managed by NHS resolution at your next appraisal? Mm.
So I would assume that if you got a claim, you would be signing the box that said that I have been named in a complaint or have been responsible in a complaint. So you sign that as positive, and then I would write something very broad for my appraiser, saying something like exactly what you've just said to Izzy. I've been named in a complaint. It's being handled by NHS Resolution. I would like to talk about that during our appraisal meeting.
There you go. Okay. And the final one, and I think this is important really for everyone. I worked for 6 months and have not collected any patient feedback. Now my appraisal is coming. Any suggestions? Currently not working. If I'm correct, and I'll let them answer, but you do need one patient feedback per revalidation cycle. But I'll let them confirm that. So don't panic, is what I'm saying. But yes, Helena or Johnny.
Helena.
Well, so if this situation where someone's not currently working, and if they didn't collect any while they weren't working in the 6 months, I would just say that to the appraiser, say, I didn't get anything in the first 6 months. I'm not working at the moment. I know that I've got to do a formal feedback and talk to the appraiser about how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it, and if possible, make it a PDP aim if necessary, with some steps that they're going to take to make sure that they address their working patterns.
Brilliant. Johnny?
I think one of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their MSF and PSQ to the last moment in the 5 year revalidation cycle. Do it in year 3 or 4. And if you want to do both together, that's fine. If you want to do one year, one the next year, but don't leave it to the last moment.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That has been useful. I don't know about any of you here, but that has been useful. And I hope you found it useful. I mean, in my first year, or second year, I must have gone to 21 conferences, really. But if only I documented on this Word document or something, everything I'd learned, well, not everything, but the key things I'd learned. It would have made my appraisal a lot more easier. But I ended up going through my diary, going through each one. Anyway, I hope you found this session really useful. Thank you so much to Johnny. Thank you to Helena. I'm just going to ask you for 20 seconds, a key lesson you want them to leave with, really. Who are we starting with? Helena?
I'm
Okay,
oh,
John?
I'm happy to start. The key lesson is don't worry if you drop off the medical performers list, getting back on is not onerous anymore. It used to be. Ignore history. It's not onerous now.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Helena?
Appraisal supportive, you can't pass or fail it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And on that note, guys, I'm grateful to both of you for joining us for this. I know your time is so valuable, and I'm sure a lot of us have learned from you. And on that note, we'll go on a break. But remember, let's keep the conversations going. For those of you that are on social media, happy to share your details, for everyone to connect, put it in the chat box. And the hashtag, we have to have an hashtag. It's first fives, isn't it? So it is hashtag RCGP First 5 Induction. So feel free to share any learnings on there, really, so people know, this is actually happening. See you at 11:40. Bye now.
Bye. Thanks, Thursday.
Thank you.
You have a good day. It's very enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. So
Oh, thank
thank
you
you.
so much. Means a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. I mean, it's 11:40. I'm hoping you've been able to get a bit of a break, stretch your legs, because that is really, really important, looking after ourselves, okay? So without further ado, we will have a session on work-life balance, thinking about well-being and sustainable practice with Dr. Karen Forshaw and Chrissy Mowbray. Dr. Karen Forshaw and Chrissy Mowbray are the founders of Resilient Practice, and it's an organization dedicated to improving the well-being of healthcare professionals. With over 50 years, I'll take that, 50, okay? 50 years of combined clinical experience, they bring real-world insight and authority to their work. Karen is a GP partner, trainer, appraiser, and clinical director of a primary care network in Doncaster. Chrissy is a chartered physiotherapist, psychotherapist, and hypnotherapy trainer with advanced training in NLP and CBT, And together, they've trained thousands of healthcare staff across the United Kingdom, working with the RCGP, NHS England, MDD US, and numerous NHS trusts. Their evidence-based sessions are consistently praised for being practical, powerful, and immediately applicable, thereby equipping you with tools for resilience, communication, and managing the pressures of modern healthcare. They are also authors of How to Rise, a complete resilience manual. So feel free to go online and get it, really. Okay, without further ado, I will welcome Karen, Dr. Karen Forshaw, and Chrissy Mowbray. Over to you, but thank you for joining us today.
Hi, I'm just going to say quickly, I'm Chrissy, just so that you know which one's which. And that was an absolutely fantastic introduction. Thank you so much. There's nothing else I need to say, so I will pass over to Karen to begin.
Hi, Karen.
Karen, where are you? I'm just going to check in with her.
You're mute.
Okay.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Thank goodness.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, everybody. There you go. I'm showing my middle-aged lady IT skills. So clearly got 50 years of experience, but that is between us. Okay. So can we have the next slide, please? So we're really glad that you're here. You are first 5 GPs, yes. So you're past that post CCT phase, and you've been in long enough to find your feet, I hope. And actually, you are at the beginning of what is the best career that anybody can have, actually, because this is a job that's got purpose, where you actually help people every day. And general practice is tough. We know that. And it's wrong to be Pollyanna about it and not kind of acknowledge that. We hold lots of uncertainty. The people that come and see us are often quite afraid, aren't they? Sometimes they can be. And that makes people kind of speak in aggressive ways sometimes and, well, unpredictable ways. And managing all of that can lead to burnout. So what we want to talk about today is strategies that will actually help you get the most out of your career so that you enjoy it and you stay in it long term. Okay. So today's not about toughening up. It's actually the opposite about that. It's about noticing what's happening in you and others actually before it becomes a crisis. Yes. And it's about, because we're very how to, it is evidence-based tools that you can use whenever you need them. Okay, so we're going to talk about what burnout actually is. We're going to talk about why compassion fatigue actually deserves its own mention. We're going to look at how to spot burnout in yourself and your colleagues. And then we're going to spend most of the time actually talking about what works to prevent it and to recover from it if you're already there. Okay, so next slide, please. We'll just talk about what burnout is and actually what it isn't. So it isn't just being tired. Yes. And the World Health Organization actually defines it in ICD-11. They call it an occupational phenomenon. So specifically chronic workplace stress that hasn't been successfully managed. Okay. So it's not classified as a medical condition in its own right. It's a response to context. So that distinction matters because it means that burnout's not a personal failing. Yeah. It's actually what a normal nervous system does when we believe that we have to absorb everything that's thrown at us. Yeah. In actual fact, to be an absolutely excellent clinician and to be of service to others and to thrive long term in this job, you do not have to absorb anything at all. And that is what we're going to talk about a lot today. So next slide, please. This is the most widely used model. It comes from Christina Maslach, and she's done tons and tons of research into burnout. So she has 3 dimensions: emotional exhaustion, which is that kind of drained, used up feeling where you feel you've got nothing left to give, where you get a depersonalization or a cynicism. And that's really sad, actually, because people get a bit detached and a bit kind of callous towards the people that they are meant to be caring for. That links in with compassion fatigue. And then a reduced personal accomplishment. So that horrible feeling like you're not doing a good enough job, even when actually there's no evidence that supports that. Yeah, because that's the thing about what's going on for you. Next slide, please. And we'll have a look at how this might look for a GP. Yeah. So this is about when you dreading the list and you go, oh my God, or we start referring to patients as my 940 rather than a person and somebody's name. Yes. Even if that's only in your own head. Feeling relief when people cancel, although I do quite like a DNA, I have to say they're quite nice, aren't they? But none of this makes us bad doctors. It's just our body telling us that something's not right and that we're all overloaded. Okay. And we can end up in this cycle of watching the clock and waiting for the end of the day, or counting the days till the weekend or until our next holiday. And then the general advice there is often to take a break or do fewer hours or drop your number of sessions. But then we're compromising financially, aren't we? And actually, fewer sessions in the system is bad for the system, really. So actually, what is more important is that we adopt what's more important when we're looking at burnout is that we can start to adopt the belief that we're only happy when we're resting or we're on a sabbatical or we're not at work. And actually that is not true. Yeah, we can enjoy and thrive at work and at rest when we do them both right, really. And that is actual proper work-life balance. Yeah. So the truth is, when we see ourselves as a conduit and we let go of what is not serving us and what's taking from us, then actually we can rise to any challenge at all and we don't get burnt out. Next slide, please. So, compassion fatigue. Are we on the right slide? No, can we go back a slide, please? There we go. So compassion fatigue, this is worth separating out because it is often used interchangeably with burnout and it isn't really the same thing. So it's important to distinguish. So compassion fatigue is sometimes called the cost of caring, and it develops specifically in jobs like ours when you are repeatedly exposed to other people's suffering and trauma. And so sometimes it's called secondary traumatic stress, actually. So burnout comes from any chronic occupational stress, really. But compassion fatigue is really about that emotional toil when we're bearing witness day after day and we're not processing it and we're absorbing stuff that we shouldn't be absorbing. So in general, or in GPs, back-to-back consultations where somebody's got a new cancer diagnosis, a safeguarding concern, a bereaved person, and that's all before you've even had your lunch. Yeah, it is not unusual for people to start feeling a bit numb rather than moved. Okay. And that's not weakness. Again, it's our nervous system being asked to metabolize other people's pain over and over and over again. And we're going to talk about how to stop doing that and help yourself. Okay, so next slide, please. We should be on warning signs now. Yeah. So Sunday night dread, who gets that? Actually, I had it on Sunday because I'd been off for a bit. And then I was like, oh, I actually don't want to go back to work. But actually, then on Monday morning, I was quite excited to go back. So that is a good thing, isn't it? Task tunneling, that's where you're seeing somebody and you're just trying to get through those 10 minutes and you stop being curious about them. So actually you don't listen, you just focus on one thing because that's what you want it to be about. And actually that's dangerous, and that's what leads to things getting missed, which actually ultimately increases our risk of burnout, isn't it? Physical stuff, so tension in your jaw, in your head here, chest tightening, not sleeping properly, and then that general fatigue that happens when we're not getting good, decent sleep. Irritability, that's the big thing, isn't it? When we start snapping at people either at work or at home, because often we hold it all in at work, don't we, and then we let it out at home. And really when the reaction doesn't match the trigger, so somebody says something tiny and you bite their head off, that's a warning sign. Yep. And that anxiety about de-skilling. Yeah. So we feel like we're getting worse at medicine, even though objectively we're in it for longer. So our experience and our knowledge are increasing all the time, aren't we? And ultimately, when we lose the why, so that is struggling to remember why we decided to do this job in the first place. Okay. And we would say that a really nice thing is a gentle self-check at the end of a day, rather than waiting for a crisis when you are snapping people's heads off. Just ask yourself, did my consultations feel authentic today? Yeah. Did I really care? Was I really interested in what was going on for people? Next slide, please. So other people, it's actually sometimes harder to see it in our colleagues because we're all so busy. But actually things that are worth noticing, somebody who used to chat, who now disappears and you don't see them at all. If you're wondering, oh, where's so-and-so? I haven't seen them for a while. Just think about whether that's an issue. Somebody whose documentation has become shorter or not as thorough as you would expect it to be, or you think it should be. Okay. And sometimes where consultations are running over time, which is new, a different pattern. Somebody who's becoming cynical, that's one of those things, isn't it, in Christina Maslach's triad. So cynicism is a real sign of burnout. It really is. People who've got that edge to them or a flatness that didn't used to be there and they've stopped engaging. And then again, people who stop asking for help, or people who just stop engaging generally in things like supervision or clinical meetings. And just watch out for people who say I'm fine, because that's just a rubbish word, isn't it? What does I'm fine mean? And especially if it doesn't match their tone or what's going on in what you're seeing. And if we are being triggered by somebody, actually, it's worth thinking about that, because sometimes when somebody's a bit snappy or rude, that triggers us and we jump at them as well. So actually, if we're getting our head bitten off, don't go into defense. Actually ask, are you okay? Because they're probably not. All right. There we go. So that's the horrible nasty bit about what burnout is and what it feels like, and everybody's now thinking, oh, let's actually move on and talk about what to do about it, which is what we want to spend the majority of the time talking about. So I will hand over to Chrissy.
Brilliant. Next slide, please. So what actually helps to prevent and recover from this? As Karen says, we're all human, aren't we? So maybe we do see some little signs of burnout creeping in, and the sooner we pick them up and do something about it, the better, because it is a great job being on the front line and it is full of purpose. So humans love symbolic thinking. And how many times have you been told you need to fill your cup up? You need to keep filling your cup up, and then when you empty it, or it becomes empty because things happen, and you've got a patient that a consultation that's been difficult, or somebody made a complaint, or and all of these things empty the cup, and we need to do things to fill up the cup. We love that as a symbol, but actually it isn't an overly helpful one. What is the most helpful is to think of ourselves as a conduit, a piece of bamboo, a channel through which things are coming and leaving all the time. And this is true with our lives. If you think about it, everything that comes to you, this is old Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, 571 years BC, said, what comes to you flows through you and on. Everything has to be given away in the end. Your possessions, your relationships, your knowledge, your identity, your body, everything leaves. And even those things that we feel we have forever are changing. Our children are growing up, leaving home, pets you have to let go of. Everything that comes to you is changing all the time. So rather than thinking of ourselves as a cup that has a bottom, that's a little bit like a channel, a conduit with a dam in it that things can't flow through. If you become hollow, like a piece of bamboo, and accept that everything that comes to you will flow through and leave eventually. That's the good stuff. And if we try and hold on to the good stuff, like our kids leaving home, we will contaminate the relationship. If we try to hold on to things that are joyful, we often contaminate them, we make them a bit stale. And actually William Blake wrote a poem that talks about kissing the joy as it flies rather than crushing it, and letting it, enjoying it, feeling that joy, and then letting it pass. And then the same thing applies with those difficult times, those hard things, that they will change and process as long as we give them no power other than to teach us something. Then they will leave and we will get something else in its placement. And the more we learn from these things that are passing through us as a conduit, the better and more the greater the opportunities that we are allowing to come towards us. So harnessing the lesson of those things that feel a little bit arduous is the way that we create more flow, so that we don't have to keep filling up our cup. We just let go of those things that have taught us everything that they need to teach us and that have strengthened us in some way. So next slide, please. So we're going to talk about strategies now, 6 things that are really, really useful in creating this resilience, which is a dirty word, but actually resilience means being out in the world and having all of your triggers and annoyances and things present and choosing to be absolutely okay and to still do your job and to be of service and to enjoy it. So we're going to talk about radical self-awareness, compassion over empathy, communication techniques, and physical care. And excuse me one moment, I realize that's not the slide that's up, but I've started.
Sorry, that's my fault.
No, don't worry about it.
The wrong next slide bit.
It's fine. So we're going to talk about a framework for processing emotion, so that when something does enter your channel, that you process it, learn from it, and then let it go. And then we're going to do a visualization / meditation at the end. Okay, so I'm now onto the self-awareness slide, I'm guessing. So we're going to talk about radical self-awareness first, and this is absolutely the key. And again, a very, very ancient philosophy, Greek philosophy this time, know thyself. It's one of the maxims at the Delphi temple. This is about understanding what is going on for you. And the only thing that matters is what is going on for you, so that you can decontaminate your consultation. What am I telling myself in this situation? So if you have a patient who is feeling a bit upset and is aggressive, you may be telling yourself, oh, they're going to complain about me, they don't think I'm doing a good job. You telling yourself a story all the time. These are your thoughts. They come in sentences. In your mind, you tell yourself a story, you make sense of what is happening, and it is not always the truth. It's quite often rooted in fear, the fear of getting a complaint, for example. If it's rooted in fear, then it will create a fearful body chemistry. Those are your emotions. Emotions are chemical, and you feel them in your body. And your body is telling you either this is cool, I'm staying, or I don't like this, get me out of here. Those are what your emotions are for, to inform actions that will either get you out of there or help you to stay or make the right decision. So that's the cognitive behavioral cycle: thoughts, feelings, behaviors. Underlying that are your beliefs. You only think the thoughts you think because of what you believe, and what you believe comes from your conditioning. Your experiences as a child, what you were taught, what you were shown, what was modeled to you, the kind of relationships you interacted in, and also the experiences you had. So ways that you behaved and the results of that behavior, all logged, all put into programs in your subconscious, all running under the surface. So your go-to responses, your instincts, your way to snap somebody's head off, or be passive aggressive, or people please, or not say no when somebody asks you to do something, all programmed in from an early age, because those are things that kept you safe and made you approved of as a child. And approval equals survival, because it's the opposite of rejection, which is why we're all looking for approval now. I'm doing it now, going, do you get me? Do you understand? I want you to go, yes, you're talking absolute sense, because we feel safe when we are approved of. So we're always looking for that. So conditioning makes us frame things in certain ways, gives us that narrative, those thoughts that inform our feelings, how we feel in the body, which drives the behaviors, and the behaviors create the outcomes. So they either isolate us, or they make us think that people think that we are a bit snappy, or they make people see us as a people pleaser and ask us to do more things. Those go-to behaviors create a personality that people read. So we learn how to do things in stressful situations. Great example of this is people who tantrum, adults who tantrum. We all know someone who loses it. And actually it comes from childhood, because the first time that person was put into fight flight, they probably threw a tantrum, either because they saw somebody else do it, or it was a natural kind of behavior to choose. And the thing that they didn't like went away, not because they had a tantrum about it, but because things pass. We're a conduit, but it is deemed to have worked. They didn't die, they didn't lose any limbs. Situation resolved. Tantrums are good. They get me out of a situation. And we all have these go-to behaviors, like people pleasing, like asking for reassurance, needing permission, like absorbing people's pain, like saying yes to everything, like using passive aggression. And we all know what our own go-tos are. And we have been laboring under the impression that this is who we are. This is just my makeup. This is just who I am. I am a sarcastic person. What are you talking about? Of course, I've always been a bit of a people pleaser, and we say it as if that's who we are and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm going to talk about another amazing philosopher, Alan Watts, who spoke a lot in the 1970s. And he said, you are under no obligation to be the person you were 5 minutes ago. Your behaviors are only things you've been doing up to now, because they were the things you learned worked. And you've done them so much that people think that's who you are and expect it from you. And also, you're not sure what else to do. But actually, when you sit back, if you were to give yourself 50 words, 50 behaviors, who am I? What do I do? What are my go-tos? What am I like? Each one of them can be changed tomorrow, 5 minutes from now. You can choose a different response. The key is to observe, what do you do now? What are your go-tos? And maybe where do they come from? That's an interesting exploration. And when you look at them, you ask yourself, could I be uncontaminated there? Can I actually find a way to say no to something that I don't want to do? Can I look at my people pleasing and how much energy it's taking? So those go-to behaviors are, every single one is a choice. And when you see them, you can choose differently. And if that feels uncomfortable, that's amazing. Because as soon as you feel uncomfortable when you're doing this inner work, you know it's pointing you to, that's something you can change. If it feels uncomfortable, celebrate that, because you're going to grow. Discomfort equals growth. And it's amazing what you can do. Okay, so Karen is going to talk now about one of those go-to responses that is really, really common in general practice. So next slide, please, and I'll pass on to Karen.
Fantastic, thank you. So we are talking now about empathy. Yep. And the definition of empathy is to step into our patient's shoes. And it's something that you will probably have been taught, something that we aspire to do in medicine. But in actual fact, we think that we need to look at it in a slightly different way, because when we step into other people's shoes, we're imagining how we would feel if we were them, because that's the only thing that we can do, isn't it? And our subconscious brain does not know the difference between an imagined and a real experience. So every time that we imagine, our brain will sense a threat and it will initiate a fight flight response in our body. And we are then flooded with adrenaline and cortisol. And when we're sitting in our consultations, we don't burn it off, do we? We don't run and we don't fight. We sit in it all day. And that is why we can end up drained at the end of the day. Okay. If you think about it, in that consultation we said at the beginning, a bereaved person, somebody who's you're telling's got cancer, and somebody who's really angry because they've had to wait, all of those things happening, imagining how all of those experiences actually is going to end up making us chronically unwell, really. So instead, we can choose compassion. Yeah. Now, compassion is about appreciating the patient's problem and understanding the impact that it has on them, and then actually having a desire to help them sort it out. And that is different, because we don't need to feel people's pain to understand that it's there. Yes. It is your presence and your expert knowledge that is helping heal people, not you absorbing their pain to relieve them of it. So we go back again to picture yourself as the hollow bamboo, the conduit. It's not your suffering, and you have to remember that if you are suffering or you're remembering suffering, then you are less able to help people, because your body and your brain are full of adrenaline and cortisol. Okay. So before the consultation, do that visualization. Actually visualize yourself as that hollow piece of bamboo. There's no resistance, there's no fear of what's coming, because you know that it will flow on. Okay. During the consultation, we can do a self-check. So what's happening within me? What am I thinking? What am I feeling? Am I in fight flight? Is this mine? Is this theirs? actually, is this truly what that person's feeling, or am I just making some assumptions? Because that's the other danger, isn't it? When we empathize, we assume we know how people are feeling, but we don't really know unless we ask them. Yeah. And then the last question to ask yourself, is it useful for me to be having these thoughts and feelings at this point in time? Okay. And when we're full of adrenaline and cortisol, we can breathe, yes, to dispel fight flight. So deep diaphragmatic breathing is something that you can do whilst you're listening to your patient tell you their awful story. And we're going to talk about breathing later, actually. So that will actually help you in the consultation down regulate your fight flight. You can also think about some communication tools. We hold space for our patients, yeah, allow their emotions to come up, but we're keeping ours in check because that's our stuff and that's their stuff. So we can check and validate. So what are your thoughts about what we've discussed? How are you feeling? How are you feeling? What do you want to do? What do you need? That's a really good phrase to use, yeah. And then a brilliant tool that we learned from the lady who wrote Warrior Goddess Training is about vent, advice, share. I think it's Clarissa Pinkola SDs, isn't it? Tell me if I'm wrong, Chrissy. So that's about being really clear about what's required of you, because quite often people will come and they'll be like, blah, 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 and this happened and that happened, and I couldn't believe it, and blah, blah, blah. And actually they're just venting. Yeah, they just want to get it off their chest. They don't need you to take it. They don't need your advice. They don't need any action. They just need you to listen, to be there, to validate and listen to what they're saying. And and actually you can say to people, are you just venting, or do you actually need some advice, which is the advice part of it? Do people need your expert knowledge? Do they need action? Do they need you to do something? And then the last part is share, which actually is where some emotional kind of content might be required, and you might find that happens with staff more than patients, but actually you can use that with patients too. Yeah, patients that you've known for a really long time, but remember that this is about what's right for them, us of being of service to people. And how are we best able to be of service to people when we've got clear brains, yeah, not full of adrenaline and cortisol. And also we can be clear about what we're available for, so only available for venting, or or actually this is about advice, or this is I need to share. So we're just really clear in our communication with people. And then after the consultation, we can do another self-check. Yeah, we can do some more deep breathing. And then we can think about acknowledging the feelings that came up within us, because we're not robots, are we? We are going to feel upset when people tell us awful things. But actually, we need to let those emotions come up, and then we need to let them flow on. Okay. And we could consider using a kind of a tool like a cord cutting tool, so we can visualize cutting the ties from one consultation through to the next, washing our hands in between patients to visualize washing away what happened in one consultation before you move on to the next one. And then at the end of the day, a power retrieval visualization is a brilliant way just to gather all of your energy back before you go home. Okay, I'm going to pass on to Chrissy now. Next slide, please, to talk about communication.
Okay, so this follows on really nicely.
Sorry, next slide as well. That's about vent, advice, share.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
It's like Heather Ashamara is Warrior Goddess Training. I stuck it in the chat. So this follows on really nicely then, because Karen's just been talking about emotion and whose emotion it is. And it's actually always our emotion, isn't it? If we're feeling it, it's our body chemistry. And our first rule of communication is to take that out of the consultation. Yes, you might be feeling emotion. You may be echoing somebody else's. You might be feeling irritated by somebody moaning, or you might be feeling threatened by somebody being aggressive. That emotion, if put into the chat, into the conversation, is going to contaminate it. So a really good example of that is saying, you really upset me this morning. Actually, you can see it on my face. I have to feel upset to say you really upset me, because remembering something and feeling it are the same thing. So say you really upset me. If somebody is a repeat offender, you really upset me. You keep upsetting me. I'm upset. You have to remember being upset. You're telling somebody exactly how to upset you, and also to the rest of your colleagues. You're giving somebody an opportunity to say, well, you're just being sensitive. I'm like that with everybody. Nobody else minds, do you? That is very disempowering. So to challenge somebody, you would say something like, your behavior this morning was not appropriate. You wouldn't say you were rude, because that's a judgment and it's going to trigger them. You would talk about the behavior. The behavior this morning was not appropriate for clinic. Shouting's not appropriate. Making rude comments is not appropriate. But you're not saying I'm upset. So you're keeping, but there is a tool coming later for processing that emotion, because we are not squashing it down. We are definitely looking at it, but we don't need to let the other person know or allow it to contaminate the conversation. There is no conflict if you are not upset. That's just somebody else upset shouting at you. If you're upset, then that's conflict. So you can avoid conflict by taking the emotion out and speaking entirely in weights and measures. So what happened? What were the consequences of it? And what needs to change? That's a really, really great tool. So then we would avoid, these are the 4 agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. This is the first one, being impeccable with your word. We would avoid slippery, contaminated messaging. So saying something like, oh, I'll see these extra patients then if you're having a sandwich. When we say that, we do not mean that, do we? We are actually saying, oh, how dare you be having a sandwich when there's these people to see? I suppose you're expecting me to see them. Actually, that is passive aggression, and it's contaminated and it's full of emotion. And it's open to all sorts of misconstruing by the other person, who's likely to reflect back with more passive aggression. So we come back to weights and measures and we say, are you aware there are some extra patients? Can we divvy them up when you finished your sandwich? And we take the emotion entirely out of it, and there is no triggering and there's no re-feeling that emotion. So let's look at these things in practice then. So let's talk about breaking bad news. This is really important. It's the same with feedback. I'm not just talking about breaking bad news medically, feeding back, which we are going to cover as well, but breathing. So if you feel you have to tell somebody something that I feel they are going to really not like, deep belly breathing to down regulate any fight flight. So slowing the breath and taking it right to the bottom of the lungs activates the diaphragm over your vagus nerve and down regulates your fight flight. We'll do a little bit of that before the visualization if we have time. And then we stay present. So when giving bad news, we are not going in our head into the future. This person's going to hate this. What if they cry? What if they're really upset? Ooh, feeling their pain. We're not going into the past. The last time I told this person something they didn't like, they got aggressive. We are staying entirely present with the facts, and we are delivering them in weights and measures. We are not going to make assumptions about how the patient will feel. We can never know what somebody is feeling. The best thing we can do is ask them, how do you feel about that piece of news? We are giving them information. Our own projected emotional responses will contaminate and suggest how they should be feeling. So that's back to what Karen was talking about, empathy, keeping that in check. That is my stuff. If I feel sad, that is my stuff. It is my job to communicate the facts clearly to the patient using simple, low word level sentences, avoiding using negatives. For example, so instead of saying it's bad news, I'm afraid, I'm feeling it, oh, your cancer's progressed and that means there's nothing more we can do for you. Actually, the test results show your cancer has progressed, and these are what is available to you now. So we are going to concentrate on your quality of life, your pain relief, and we're going to refer you to somebody who really knows about that sort of stuff. So you're giving information and you're leaving your patient wide open to express how they feel to you without your contamination. So compassion, you can do that very compassionately. That is a really kind thing to do. And then say, how do you feel? You know, tell me what you're thinking. So avoiding projecting by announcing that it's going to be bad news. That shot across the bows will send somebody straight into fight flight, and then they won't hear anything that you say anyway. So they know they're coming for news. By the time you've told them the information, they know that the news is bad, if it is bad news, and they will process that much better without your projection onto it. And then process your own emotions about that consultation, because breaking bad news can be quite traumatic for the person who's doing it. And those emotions need to be processed. I had some bad news from a patient today and I felt that. So I need to go and process those emotions. They don't need to know that. So let's now talk about another really, really important thing in general practice, and that's how to say no. We often are denying somebody some medication that they want, or we're being asked to see extra patients that aren't on our list, or there are lots and lots of ways that in general practice boundaries are stepped over. And if we are in people pleasing, which a lot of people in a healing medical profession are, then we need to learn how to draw those boundaries in a compassionate and clear way, so that people know that they don't need to ask us something that is beyond those boundaries. So when we're presented with something that is not appropriate, we press pause and we're aware of our automatic need to say yes, to be nice, to be seen as being helpful, and all of that conditioning. We do the deep belly breathing again. We ask for time to evaluate that request. So we can say, we might be able to say, I'll get back to you. It's not always appropriate in a clinical setting. So we check against what's the level of commitment. You know, how bothered am I about this? How strongly do I feel about it? And what's the level of commitment? How long is it going to take me? How much is it going to eat into the other stuff that I'm doing? And am I being paid for it? Is it in my job description? And am I the person who's best suited for this task? And then we thank them. We say, thank you so much for thinking of me. And then we say no with calm clarity, and we don't apologize. We don't say, I'm sorry, I can't, because we don't give a reason, because that invites somebody to solve that problem and take away the obstacle so that we have to do the thing anyway. And we let go of any feelings of guilt because we've made a conscious choice. So here are some examples of how to say no. Thank you for thinking of me. My diary is full at the moment, so you need to find someone else. Thank you so much. That's not a good fit. Thank you. That does not work for me. I'm not available for that. I'm not the best person. Have you asked this person? Why don't you try and do it? And if you're not successful, I'll help once I've finished. Now that's good for anybody who is mentoring somebody else who wants you to take over the work. That actually to let your trainees have a go first and then help them once they have that is supporting. So giving feedback, very similar to breaking bad news. So introduce it. I'd like to share some feedback that will support you. Not I've got some bad, it's not good news, or, you know, again, framing it as good or bad. It's just information. Here's what I observed. Here's the impact of it. And here's what I think would help. Something that you do well is this, and something that will make a big difference is this. This is about what happened and the impact of it, not you personally. And let's focus on what's within your control. And holding others to account as well. I'd like to go back to the comment you made last time. The recent comments, especially referring to colleagues as snowflakes, are inconsistent with the changes we identified. So this is when we have all decided we are not going to use sarcasm. We are going to be very clear. And we're now going to say to people, actually, we made some rules, didn't we? So we're coming back to holding you account to that. So I'd like to come back to the comment you made last time. What evidence can you show me that demonstrates that this is in practice? This is a point where we need to make a clear commitment to change backed by action rather than statements. So we're asking people to actually embody the things that we've decided to do. Let's be specific. What are we going to do differently? Next slide, please. So we're just going to touch now on psychological safety, because this protects against burnout. If it's not in your space at the moment, if you don't feel safe to speak the facts without emotion, then start setting this up. Model it using these communication skills. Take emotion off the table. Talk in weights and measures. You don't need to apologize for saying something you think is going to be uncomfortable, because you're just projecting the discomfort. Just speak it in truth. Create a team rule book where you have respect, where you have what you will and won't accept as a team from each other, where you talk about how you share feedback and how you're going to implement those changes. Look at your clinical protocols and LEAs so that these things are looked at and learned from, so that when things happen, they can be spoken about without any kind of emotional weight to them. Adopt a learning culture. and challenge gossip. Gossip is one of the most terrible, insidious things, and it's because we want to be included and we want to be involved in things, but actually there are terrible consequences. And a really good tool for this is if you're having a meeting, a staff meeting, you have the rule that if somebody is talked about within that meeting, they get a copy of the minutes. And that means that nobody can wait for a meeting to talk about somebody when they're not there, because it's never going to be productive. Okay, so next slide, please. Karen's going to talk about physical care now.
Perfect. Thank you. So just a brief touch on these, because burnout is often talked about as being mental or emotional, but actually it's quite deeply physical, really. When we are emotionally depleted, then our body, it tends to be running on empty, doesn't it? And we haven't slept well, or we haven't eaten properly, we haven't moved, and we can get stuck in that stress response, that whole adrenaline and cortisol thing. So we just wanted to touch on some basic physical needs that are very useful. Okay, so next slide, please. So sleep and nutrition on this one. So sleep is the single strongest physical predictor of burnout, actually. So there was a really good piece of evidence from the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, who identified sleep deprivation as actually a key risk factor in the development and continuation of burnout. And so that's why we often see burnout in people who are shift workers, actually, who have funny, irregular hours. And in healthcare workers as well, when you're doing shifts in the hospital, or if you're doing out of hours shifts, that frequent nighttime awakening again is an independent risk factor. So protecting 7 to 9 hours of consistent quality sleep is really, really good. So think about making sure that you've got a good sleep routine, making sure that you come off your devices before bed, making sure that you do have some very, very mild exercise before sleep rather than really heavy physical exercise. And then what we eat shapes how resilient we are to stress as well, doesn't there? Yeah. There's a huge bank of evidence about that. Lean protein and nutrient dense diets are consistently linked to lower rates of depression and anxiety, whereas that high refined sugar and processed food is really bad for us. When we skip meals and we run on caffeine and sugar, our brain doesn't have what it needs to actually cope with what we're dealing with. So make sure that you are eating properly. Have breakfast, yes. Or if you can't eat breakfast, just have a snack later on in the morning so that you're not starving. And those last patients before lunch get a bit of a raw deal because you're really hungry. And make sure that you're eating well at home as well, and pass that on to your family. Yeah, that's important for kids as well. Next, and stay hydrated. That is a really, really important one, because when our brain's not hydrated, it doesn't work properly. Next slide for nature and physical activity. So time outdoors is actually a genuinely measurable stress reset. It absolutely is. Yeah. So there's loads of evidence that just going outside helps us. So even brief exposures to green spaces seems to help reduce our stress response. So go outside, go and take a walk and take somebody with you, or plant something and look after it and nurture it. Take your kids outside and spend time outside rather than inside. All of this will help. And actually, you can combine physical activity in with it, which is one of the most consistent protective factors in the burnout literature. Yeah. So 25 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity has a 62% lower risk of burnout than those people that don't do that. So this is actual evidence-based medicine, isn't it? So make sure that you are moving your body. And if you're in surgery, think about a stand-up desk. Think about going for a walk at lunchtime, and that gets the nature bit in as well, doesn't it? Next slide, please. And then this is our last physical tool, which Chrissy's touched on already, and we both have actually, because this is actually really brilliant. Breath is immediate; it's there with us all the time. And if we choose the way that we breathe, then actually we can stimulate our vagus nerve and switch off a fight-flight reaction. Yeah, just within minutes of doing it, which is really important. And none of those things that we're talking about actually require loads of extra time, do they? They're just about thinking about what we're doing and prioritizing different things, really. Next slide, please, and we'll talk about calm.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about in terms of your own emotions. So you may find that certain consultations, despite your being a conduit and you're not projecting, will create and invoke emotions within us. This is the kind of business we're in, isn't it? So this is how we process at the time, or we take it away and think, do you know what, I felt really irritated by that, or was quite angry about that, or I'm very sad about that. Actually, we can go away and allow that to come up and process it. This is how it goes through that conduit, so it doesn't linger around and stay in your tension in your muscles in your jaw, and create unexplained symptoms. It can be moved, it can pass through that conduit. So we connect with the body. You do this often in yoga, a body scan to say, okay, what's happening? Where is it? Where do I feel it? Sometimes it's in your stomach if it's anxiety. Anger can be in your chest or your throat. So sit with it and let it come in rather than stifling it, dismissing it, thinking I shouldn't be feeling this. None of that. All emotions are welcome. Let it come up, acknowledge and accept it, name it and claim it. This is mine. It belongs to me. Nobody made me angry. Nobody made me sad. I feel anger. I feel sadness. It's allowing yourself for it to come up and choosing what you do with it, because it is a message from the body to take action. And the action is about learning. So thanking your body for sharing this information and saying, what is it saying? What's required here? Anger often is about boundaries. Somebody stepped over about, how dare you speak to me like that? Or, you know, why have you taken that? Why have you done that? Because you didn't communicate clearly enough, because you were emotional, so they've avoided you. So it's about learning what created that emotion. The emotion is there to say something needs adjusting. So find out what that was. Why do you feel offended by something somebody said? Oh, because there's a part of you that needs a bit of self-worth stuff and worries that it's true. Okay. And then the M is for medicine. This is about, what do you do about it then? Once you've had the learning, what do you do? Your deep belly breathing, let it subside. Thank you, I heard the message. Let's let it go. And then do that inner work. Reframe your beliefs. Work on the self-worth. Improve the communication. Avoid taking things personally. Set better boundaries. Say no to more stuff. Practice gratitude. Also, we write in humor, because Karen and I always do this together and we end up laughing and it always disperses then. So it is really good to be able to look at yourself in a light-hearted way and say, oh, there's that thing again. Okay, fair enough. And often that will dissipate it completely. Okay, so now we are going to finish with a very brief visualization to help you to do this, to become a conduit. So we're going to invite you to, just for one moment, close your eyes and put your feet flat on the floor. We love as human beings to speak in symbols and to think of things in symbols. So start by taking your awareness to your breathing and appreciate its tidal quality, and see if you can slow and deepen those breaths right down to the bottom of the lungs, so that the belly comes out as you breathe in and then sinks back to the spine as you breathe out. 2 to 5 minutes of that brings calm, and you'll feel that start to settle over you. So practice that as I'm talking. And just imagine that you're out for a walk on a beautiful summer's day. There's a slight breeze, summer's in full bloom, and the air is warm. And all the scents of nature are around you, and you're barefoot, so you can feel the earth under your feet. And in the distance, you can hear water. And from far off, there's a rushing sound, but closer, there's a babbling, splashing sound of a large stream. And as you walk towards it, it comes into view, a sunlit stream where the water flows at such a pace that it's neither a gushing torrent or a snaking slick, neither too fast or too slow. And as you approach, the water seems to jump and dance in the sunlight, reflecting every colour of the rainbow. And you crouch down at the edge of the stream and reach your hand into the water, which is surprisingly warm and incredibly inviting. So you take off your socks and shoes and step into the stream, feeling the water so pleasant, and it's deep enough for you to sit down, and before you know it, you are lying down in the clear iridescent water, allowing it to flow through your hair and clothes, refreshing every fibre of your being. And as you lie there in the water, you watch the fluffy white clouds drifting overhead. And although you're completely still, you feel that you too are drifting with the gentle bob and flow of the water around you. Somewhere upstream, a stagnant pond, and downstream, a gushing torrent. But here, the flow is steady and constant, new and pleasing water coming and then leaving, constantly renewing, unchanging but ever changing. And as you lie there in the water, you visualize your joys, your pain, your successes, your regrets, your happiness, your pride, your sadness, everything that has been difficult and everything that's been easy, everything that has come and gone. And you appreciate the flow of the water all around you, bringing you the joys and lessons, but always moving forward, alleviating discomfort, dissolving doubt, melting away pain, bringing creativity and new growth, and the constant renewal of all things. And you allow yourself to be bathed in hope and gratitude. And you lie there for a while, bathing in the flow of the water. And as you leave the stream, you are refreshed and renewed, ready to face whatever comes your way.
Perfect. Thank you. My camera is on, but I appear to not be, but never mind. Just we've got 2 QR codes for you. So next slide, please. This is about a peer support program that we're running with the Royal College of GPs. So please feel free to have a look at that and put in an expression of interest, because peer support actually is one of the best ways of actually preventing burnout, and if we are burnt out, a way of helping us get out of it. Okay, so have a look at that and think about joining it, and then if you just slip to the very last slide. There we go, there's our flow meditation, which we've done. Next one. Perfect. Okay, so this is important. Yeah, get in touch with us if you've got any questions. That's the QR code to our book, which does have 60 tools in it. Look after yourself, look after each other, and thank you for what you're doing. I'm really excited to meet new and newly qualified GPs or GPs in the first part of their career, because it is the best career that you can possibly have. So enjoy it. Okay. Thank you. We squeezed about 1,000 things in there for you, Tosi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm hoping people found that useful. Okay, in the comments it is right there. That was very beautiful. Thank you so much. Practical tips we can all take back to our surgeries, really, to actually use on a day-to-day basis. So thank you once again. And scan those QR codes, engage really. And yes, thank you. Okay, so before we move on to our next segment, I recognize some of you have literally just CCT today. Can I see a show of hands if you're in that category? I mean, I celebrate all of you, but if today is your CCT, I think we need to celebrate you. Hey, I'm seeing the hands go up. Brilliant. I'm happy for you to use your Zoom, clapping hands. Wow, this is beautiful. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. And I want you to own the moment, because sometimes we're like, yeah, the next thing, the next thing. But actually, it's worth celebrating. So I'm incredibly proud of all of you. Welcome to the life of being a GP. It's exciting, the ups, the downs, everything in between. But I'm hoping some of these tools we talk about today will help you navigate it. Well done, well done, well done. You are not alone, on this call. There's a lot of us already within the First5 community. So feel free to engage and we'll continue to network later. For me, before you leave today, if I need you to expand your network by at least 5 people, and that's very easy to do in this room. So put your details in the chat box, and that is you giving us consent to link in and, connect really. You never know who's in this room. All right. Congratulations once again. On behalf of RCGP, we're saying welcome to your professional home. Right. So we'll move on to the next bit. And yes, feel free to share your social media handles. So yes, emails or social media handles, whichever one you're comfortable with, and we'll be in touch. Right. So next we have a panel discussion on career options, progression, and starting your first post. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so for this really, it was important for me to bring amazing first fives from across the country that are doing great things. And you can just hear everyone's story because the truth is we've all got different journeys, okay? So it's lovely to hear how different people have navigated, their journey so far. And there'll be opportunities for questions and answers later. This session will be chaired by Dr. Mariana Tavener with panelists Dr. Anil Chopra, Dr. Anna Podlasek, Dr. Rebecca Piper, and Dr. Thuba Amuthan. Please put your questions in the Q&A bit, and if you can't see that, put it in the chat box. We'll get to it somehow, really. I will introduce Mariana, and I will let the other speakers, because they will talk you through their journey. So Dr. Mariana Tavener went into medicine with the clear intention of working as a GP after careers in renewable and nuclear energy, and also music. Check out that background, right? Anyway, after training in London, Winchester, and Poole, she CCT'd in 2025 and has been working as a GP near home in Dorset. She has represented the GP registrar cohort at the RCGP and the LMC, and she is currently the co-lead for the First Fives and a patient safety fellow in Wessex. Please welcome Dr. Mariana and her amazing panel. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Toyosi. You are the most positive possible first five lead. It's just amazing. So yeah, it's been an honor to be a little bit of a first five for 8 months under your guidance, and it was great to be a registrar, but it's completely different experience. So some of you are coming to the end of being that registrar and you've done your ST3 and it's all, there's so much to do. Who knew there was so much to do about finding a job and everything else? And then you're into GP and you think, oh my God, what do I do in the evenings? I've got no exams to do and I've got weekends that I don't necessarily work. And if I've got a job, that's great. I might need a bit more of a job, so that's something to work out. But it's very, very different. And you settle in, and all the things that we've just heard from the wellbeing people and from Johnny and from the appraisals team probably sound like double Dutch because you just don't have that little tiny bit of experience yet. But and it's brilliant that you're here because the RCGP and any group that you can be part of have to be your people now. You've been a registrar, you've had your people, and now you need your people in the new roles. Other people here who are speaking are going to talk about the diversity of things you can do as a GP. I'm just going to check up on and let you know the kind of things that you have to do to keep yourself, ticking over. So I'm going to put myself on the slides, hopefully, if I do the right thing. Here we go. Share something, and then we go to this and we make it bigger. So yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, I've got a piano in the background, so that's the musical bit, and all those things are important. We've all got friends. We'll all do other stuff, and like the wellbeing people said, it's so important to keep those things on the front burner and have that little mentor in your back pocket, like Tosi was saying for the RCGP. So Tosi came up with these things that you need as 5 things that you need as a new to practice GP. You need to get into independent practice, and that means knowing what the practice is about. As in what a first five is. There is a really good website on the RCGP, but most important to come here and speak to other people. Speak to your groups locally, first five, find your groups, make your groups locally, first fives, speak to anyone in the practice that's even remotely a first five to share their experience and keep connected. Being an RCGP member sounds expensive, but in the greater scheme of things, when actually it's your life that you're talking about, it's not expensive. And so many of us get paid for the medico-legal, organizations through the practices if you can, and that would be great. But they are there to help. Complaints come up sometimes, miscommunications happen. You need to reach out to them, and they are there to help. So make sure that you've got their number in your in your top of your phone when you need it. Employment as well. Okay, not everyone's a BMA member, but actually, when the chips are down, and they can be sometimes, their advice is also totally, priceless, and their support as well. So even they have a website, even if you're not a member, where you can find a lot of detail. But it is the detail of your life, your employment, your pensions, everything else that they can help with. So keep all these things going, even though they're expensive. The LMC you don't pay for. GP practices pay for that. So it's a group of all the GP practices in your area will be paying a little bit towards the LMC, and they will be representing your, the general practice elements, and what's going on, and whether or not you have to, the practices have to pay for cervical smears or something else. They are there with huge amounts of information, and also with advice as well. And there's an advice line there, to help in when you're looking for a job, or when you've got a job, or anything you need really. And then, as the people were saying, it's a question of being bamboo, and just letting things flow through you and looking after your well-being. It is really quite a thing being a GP, and being a new to practice GP, and hopefully you won't need to refer yourself to the PHP, the practitioner health, but you can do if you're in any kind of trouble, deep or not so deep. You can refer, and they will work out how deep the trouble is and help. There's also doctors in distress, and RCGP wellbeing resources, including, I would say, the mentor element is good if you can get it. And so I put in Be Bamboo because that was a good image for consultations efforts. So as far as the GMC goes, and we are all regulated by the GMC, as we have heard from Johnny and Helena, yes, good medical practice is something we learn in training, and still is the thing we live by, and that's standards and behaviors and all the things that we kind of have learnt to embody, and change. Just like the last people said, change happens like instantly, and we are good learners, and we've learnt to change and abide by good medical practice. They also refer in that to leadership and management, the professional standards, and that's where it gets a little bit sort of technical, but that's still the other document that you can refer to when you have to know whether or not what feels good and what doesn't feel good in your surgery, whether it's sort of reaching the limit of what feels right or not, because there can be toxic surgeries, and you just need to protect yourself slightly. So yes, you have to work within your limits, totally true. And there are also responsibilities of those looking after you as well. They have to give some appropriate supervision, and specifically it's mentioned in the guidance for newly qualified colleagues. So those partners or the senior people who have some requirement to supervise, or either through close personal supervision, like it says, or for checking in occasionally, or more distant supervision, they are bound to do that, and to make sure that there's someone there for you to be able to refer to. So don't float into a situation where you've taken on a lot of responsibility because you're a newly qualified GP, and it's great, you're an independent GP, without having a little dot of of where to turn and who to ask. That's it for me, really. I have extra information there on, being, the things that you have to be responsible for in yourself. And if anybody wants to contact me or get their slides or any advice, I'm mariana.taverner@nhs.net. And now we have the others. So who should we start with? Shall we start with, well, Anil is at the top of my list for some reason. Anil, do you want to start? Can't hear you at the moment. Okay.
Did you want me to go first, Mariana?
Okay, good idea that you're next to me.
Do you want me to share my slides?
We know that you're Rebecca, you work in Wessex, you've been a GP for about 3 or 4 years, and you're standing for the First5 lead position, and you have quite a portfolio career, so it'd be nice to hear about that. Yeah.
So hopefully you can see that. Can you see the slide?
Yep.
Lovely. So thank you for that introduction, Mariana. As you said, I work closely with you as the First5 co-lead in Wessex. I would say I'm going to talk through some things I've done in my 3 years since I CCT'd. I hope some of it's really interesting and that it might resonate with you, but it might become more relevant in the months to years after CCT rather than just now. I do a lot. There's no expectation that you have to do all of this when you first start. Again, it's just about giving you some ideas and some opportunities that might be interesting. So I had some initial thoughts when we talked about this panel before, and thinking about opportunities for First5s. And some of these have been touched on already. I just think they're such key lessons I've learned over my last 3 years. So for me, time is precious and it's a finite resource. We all have different demands on our time, and those demands may change over time. Just be realistic about what yours are. I'm very boundaried in my approach. I don't take clinical work home with me. I only answer clinical emails when I'm at work. And I don't mind having loads of notifications on my WhatsApp, which is one of the ways we communicate at my workplace. Just be clear what your boundaries are, as again, they're different for all of us, and they may need reviewing at different points in your career. One option I've seen other people use well, and I haven't quite set up myself yet, is kind of footers in their emails to say that they're flexible workers, or that these are the times that they're going to answer their emails. As touched on earlier, I'm still working on learning to say no to opportunities. I often get quite swept up in the enthusiasm of a role, and then I have to work out the logistics afterwards. That can be really stressful, and it can be equally damaging to future opportunities if you don't meet the expectations of the person that offered you those roles. What I've seen, though, is that although some opportunities, particularly jobs, are time limited, they do often come around again in some form. So if it's not right for you, then it will come around again. There's also this word networking. It was always a concept that I struggled with. It was mentioned a lot, but what was I going to gain from talking to people? But actually now 3 years since CCT, I'm starting to notice a lot of those connections are coming back round. I'm helping to connect others with their projects because of connections I've made. And it is really powerful. You'll hear it a lot, but do go with it. Lastly, I'm neurodivergent, so I like having lots of spinning plates, and I'm slightly embarrassed by the amount of tabs I have open on my phone and my laptop, but I'm fully aware that my approach isn't likely to suit everyone. Again, it's just about something that might be interesting for you. So this is kind of me in the context of my various roles. I'm not going to go into depth of all of them, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions at the end or later, and I can give my email if that's helpful as well. Essentially, for me, they all represent different skills that I've learned or I've been interested in developing. So I'll talk through a few of them. So my main role is a 5-session salaried GP. I stayed at my training practice, which was really lucky for me, but I know isn't everyone's experience. I hold a list of patients, so I've had to develop my multitasking and time management skills. I was really slow in the beginning, and that's completely normal. If you're struggling, my tip would be reach out for help sooner rather than later, because your practice manager and your partners at your practice are far more likely to be kind of offering you more help or structured mentoring earlier on, rather than if you've waited kind of 6 months to a year and it's all a bit of a disaster. It's a huge learning curve.
Shall we move the slide on, Becca?
Oh, I've moved it on. Can you not see that there's like a honeycomb?
No, we can't see the honeycomb. So maybe if you make it into a slideshow. Oh, that's better. That's it. Got it.
Go to this. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Mariana, is that on?
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
Perfect. So to be fair, it's just more of a visual slide because I'm a visual learner. Essentially, I find some websites like the NICE CKS, Healthier Together, if you've got that in your local area, or local hospital guidelines, is really helpful. I showed an interest in learning from significant events. So I was invited to join that team at my practice, helping to analyse significant events. Another colleague I know really enjoys coding for the pop-ups in EMIS, which is so not my thing, but he's really interested in it. Essentially, as a salary GP, there's lots of opportunities to get more involved with practice running. And if you're a partner, of course, you'll have way more input in higher level decisions. I also helped restart our in-house teaching sessions. If you have a particular topic that you're interested in and you think might be useful, ask to present on it. It's probably going to help your colleagues keep up to date too. And we kind of talked about CBD earlier in the appraisals talk. I don't have a specific clinical special interest, but I've done a PG cert in genomics in a different kind of career before this. And I've done lots of ENT training, so I offer opinions on those areas to colleagues. At my practice, other colleagues do allergy, dermatology, women's health specialists within GP. So essentially, most special interests can be developed in some way. Have a look at the pages that you've been directed to earlier. There also can be a really big selling point to employers. So in my practice, we particularly were looking for someone who was good at coils and also diabetes management. So again, it's another way to sell yourself if it's something you're interested in. Another part of my portfolio is out of hours work. I started with a local urgent care company who contracted 111 as a trainee, then moved into that as a self-employed role. I do base shifts, so we do telephone and face-to-face appointments based on our own triage. It's really a different skill set in out of hours. You have to safety net more, you can't use time as a tool, you don't have access to most investigations, and you have to make faster decisions. I like it because it gives me flexibility and variety, and it challenges me in a different way. But again,
you exactly know what you mean. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 car seats at the moment, including
Anna, can we? Oh, thank you.
Thought that was going to be a question for me then. The other section that takes a big amount of my time is a fellowship. So I've just completed the New to Practice fellowship, which is available in some areas, but not all I'm aware of. I'm currently just completing a primary care education fellowship. The funding for these fellowships is not guaranteed each year, and it's not available everywhere. Criteria can be strict as well or changing, but I found that both are well worth it. Your local NHS training hub tends to have links to most of the available fellowships around, or just contact them and say, do you know any that might be coming up, or when the application times will be open if it's something you're interested in. For me, the main benefit of the fellowships was space and time to give me the space just to settle into being a GP. And I could develop my understanding of general practice outside of just my clinical work and work out really what I wanted to do with my career. Another section that I do, and we've mentioned it, is the LMC. So I'm a rep in my local area, and I actually, again, got involved as a trainee. Most LMCs are really happy for people to come and observe their meetings. So contact them if you're not sure what they are and don't really understand their role, because it can be really eye-opening and give you, an idea of what's happening outside of your practice or your PCN, kind of national level, as well as ICB level if you're in that area. And so I found it really helpful. Touching on the other parts, as I say, I won't go over them in massive detail, but again, I'm more than happy to talk about them at some point. I'm a senior tutor for what was my previous university, so UCL. So I mark a group of medical students via an online platform every few months and have moved up in that role. I've also done some interface teaching with secondary care residents, because as we all know, interface working is how we need to improve pathways for patients. And a different, slightly kind of untouched area of my portfolio is I'm part of a Hampshire-wide medicines evaluation committee run by the ICB. that involves using that statistics knowledge from the AKT that I really had to drag out. For me, again, it helps me just have an awareness of the next big drug. So when the news stories hit about kind of hot flushes and the medications coming out for that, actually most of the GPs in my area weren't aware of it, but the prescribing committee, it had already come through and we'd already looked at the evidence. So again, it's just about having that broader understanding and sphere. That was everything I was going to touch on. I hope that's okay, Mariana.
That sounds totally fine. You can see, everybody, that she is absolutely, completely embedded in being a first five and has so many roles. It's confusing, but she does it, and yeah, with grace and ease. Are there any questions at the moment? Just a couple of minutes. Probably have to put up a hand if you'd want a question.
I have a question.
Go on. Yes.
I was just wondering what made her get involved in so many activities or so many roles in one go. Because me just starting off as a new GP, I'm just focused on trying to survive the new GP thing, and she's doing so many things at the same time. So
I'm sure she doesn't do them all at once, but yes, a good question. I'm sure they come one after another.
Why is she putting herself through that, and what are the pros for that? Yeah.
Good question. I think that comes back to my first point of kind of decide what your boundaries are, what your time commitments are. You don't have to do it all in one go. I didn't start all of them. A lot of them, I have to say, I started as a trainee when I had way more time. And then I've kind of moved them into paid roles. And for me, that's important, that not everything I do is voluntary, and you know your worth in that. And actually, it kind of was quite interesting to have some of those conversations with some of those groups, because money is not always something people want to talk about. For me, so I don't have kids, so actually that means it's a whole different ball game of time and when I can do things. I'm also quite flexible, so if it's I have a Thursday off not in clinical work, I kind of flex that as to what I use my time to do. As I said, it's not for everyone. If it doesn't feel right for you at the moment, don't do all those things. Choose something that you're interested in or you want to develop at the moment, and it might be in 5 years time, 2 years time, that something else comes up.
Brilliant. Totally brilliant. There was one other hand, but it's gone away now. Fantastic. Well done, Rebecca. So shall we turn now to, well, is Anil up to being heard?
Is this working now?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Yes. Just a few minutes and we'll have some questions.
Caveat what I say, my intro will be quite quick. Well, there's currently a play date going on the other side of that door with both my 6-year-old and my 3-year-old. So you're going to hear random screaming of random kids every now and then, just in case you're wondering what the screaming is. That'll be some of them. My name's Anil. I qualified in 2022 in August. So I currently do 7 sessions as a salary GP. Shall I come back to you guys in a second? I'll go and clear that up. 1 second. I'm just going to go see what that is.
We actually can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear anything? Okay, fine. So 7 sessions as salary GP.
We can hear you fine.
One of my sessions every week is always minor surgery. So that's one of my sessions every week. I'm currently doing a diploma in skin lesion management, so I'm quite interested in dermatology. I have a couple of other locum roles that I flex as well. So one is working for a company called DocTap, which is private general practice. I sometimes, very occasionally, do a shift in A&E at Royal Surrey, because I used to work as a registrar there, and I sometimes keep that up. And I also occasionally do Practice Plus Group as well. So that's our out-of-hours provider, mainly doing telephone triage shifts. A couple of other roles that I have, but a lot of them are ending now. So I was a PCN educator for Coco PCN, a facilitator for First5 within Northwest Surrey. Again, that was with the ICB. And also, so this current role, so as the treasurer and also First5 rep for Southwest Thames. Southwest Thames is Surrey and West Sussex. And father of 2, husband of 1. And that usually keeps me busy for any other spare time that I do have. I would echo, though, what Rebecca has said, which is that actually, once you CCT, there's a lot you can actually do. You can kind of really make your own path, unlike, I think, for most other CCTs and specialties. You can, I know that, I mean, Toyosi, for example, scopes, I'm doing minor ops. I have some colleagues that do palliative care. I have colleagues that are employed as A&E consultants. I've employed that are colleagues that are employed as dermatology consultants as well. So like I say, you can kind of build your own path once you've got a CCT. Even if you did want to do a secondary care style role, you can do that. And the best way to do that is usually through things like this. So, I mean, Rebecca mentioned networking. So if you're out there putting your name out there and talking to people, you'll find that these roles just end up you just acquire them. As soon as your name's out there, people start asking you to do things. And like I said, I'm starting to wind down some of my roles. I made the mistake of being very much a yes man, saying yes to any opportunity that came along. And then I'm now having to start striking things off my my job role list. But yeah, so that's me. And I'm very happy to take any questions. And I'll put my email address in the chat as well, if need be.
Okay, thank you. And as Toysi says, no husbands on the chat, please. No no numbers on the chat, please. Although that is a way of getting one, isn't it? So yeah. But yeah, Anil, yeah, so another person who seems to seamlessly, move into different roles, and that's really quite, extraordinary from where I'm sitting as a salary GP with a fellowship, but wondering how to move on next. Anybody got any little questions for Anil in the Southwest? Yes, Grace. I can't hear you, Grace, at the moment. Do you want to ask a question?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, this is for the panel members. Anyone can answer. It's just in regards to when you do have a portfolio GP career and each potential opportunity is demanding quite a lot of you. How do you decide how or where to narrow down into, and also without losing the connect to the other things that you used to do?
Okay, I'll give that one to Anil because he's doing the disconnecting as well,
Yeah.
having done the connecting. So yeah, how do you feel about that?
I have decided essentially what is it that I am enjoying the most. So I've always felt this are the two things I liked were dermatology and medical education. Started to get involved with some things with the ICB / the training hub with regards to medical education. Also, at the same time, doing my dermatology diploma and doing minor ops. I really enjoyed the minor ops. And it's not also just because the first syllable of my surname is Chop, which patients also find really quite funny. But also really enjoyed it. It was a thing I was looking forward to most in the week.
Right.
And I felt that I wasn't doing a great job with being a PCN educator because I wasn't that passionate about it. I was just kind of doing the bare minimum. And so I thought, you know what? Someone else really wants this role. I'm going to drop that 1 or 2 roles.
Follow your gut.
Just follow my, yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, and just to know you can't do everything. I think it's better to do 2 or 3 things really well than do 5 things and do a mediocre job at them.
Yeah.
And that works for husbands as well, by the way. Sorry, I haven't got one, you see, so I just have to keep talking about them. So what about Anna? Yeah, should we have Anna next? Yes, thank you very much. Anna, I know, is a very busy research sort of person, so it'd be lovely to hear from you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for having me here. I'll just share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sort of. Yes, we can. Probably better to put them on, yeah, so that they can move on. Brilliant.
So as Anil and as Rebecca and as a lot of people who spoke before me today, I wear a lot of hats in my head. And I've been extremely lucky to be able to combine this clinical job with a big component of the research, but also education and advocacy. So I'll just do the whistle-stop tour, like what happened with my clinical training. It started back in Poland, where I did my undergraduate studies, and I work in pre-hospital medicine and occupational health.
Now, have we lost Anna briefly? Yes, we have lost her briefly. If she's not coming back, I wonder how to manage that. So, Anna.
I'm happy to suggest we move on to Tuva and then.
Yeah, I think if we can move on to Tuva, that would be great.
Hello, so sorry. It was one of my internet hiccups.
Yes, it was. Yes, so we'll carry on briefly, having lost a minute or so. Thank you.
I'm just resharing. I'm not sure what you've heard last, but I just wanted to say I was very lucky to have different roles with the clinical, research, and education advocacy. In terms of the clinical jobs, they were spanning through Poland, England, South England, Middle England, in Nottinghamshire, and in my post-CCT era, it is Scotland, where I work in Dundee, and as well I did acute rural fellowship, which is a combination of the rural emergency department, rural hospital, and the rural GP practice, and some out-of-hours component. In terms of the academic, it was very much supplemental along my whole pathway. Of course, on the side, you can see some examples that went into Innovate or BJGP. So my work has been able to be shared with our GP community. And it very much was created along when I was learning. So for example, article about the chlamydia, it was during my sexual health clinic days. So it just motivated this additional collaboration in research to do some additional work, to then being more knowledgeable during my everyday clinics. All of this made me to receive my PhD. I had Masters of Research and be involved in a lot of networks. And the beauty of complementing general practice with the academic research is that there's a wide scope of interest and a wide scope of topics that we can add on and contribute to the different working teams with our perspective. In terms of the education advocacy, again, there's a lot of hats, and RCGP is a big role that I'm currently working with, being with the East Scotland First5 lead, and as well as UK Council rep. Because my clinical work is very much aligned to the urgent care, I'm a secretary of the special interest group. So anyone who would like to join and learn more about it, I would be keen to speak about that. I'm a member of the committee in the Rural GP Association of Scotland, where we are focused on the issues around more rurality and some different locums groups. Get involved in LMC after the move that role has a little bit been retired. I'm also involved with the clinical teaching, either one-to-one or with the WIS, which is a stroke organization, around the simulation and the communication. I just wanted to let you know a little bit of Scotland, because I know that usually we know a lot about England. The majority from us is England, but it's much easier to get a job in Scotland. There is currently, with the troubles in England, that there's not a lot of salaried position. We all know here about the difficulties. A lot of people leaving, unfortunately, because of the troubles with the visa. I think Scotland is an excellent place that have a lot of need for doctors, and definitely will welcome you with the open heart. There are 14 health boards, 5 RCGP faculties, and it's good to involve with all of them. How to find a job in Scotland? It is, as with other places, RCGP jobs, BMG careers is a good aspect, but there's as well Scottish specific pathways and websites, and you can choose whether you are more into rural, more into urban, out of hours. But also, I think the GP fellowship opportunities are excellent. Personally, just finished literally last week the rural one. I think it was the most knowledge that I gained in the last year. I've never learned so much. I've never been so hands-on. I've never dealt with so many different factors. So I can truly recommend it. But there are different fellowships as well. There's one in medical education. There's an academic one. There's as well in health inequalities. So usually it's once a year recruitation. So if anyone is interested, March, April is a good time to look into those websites to find those opportunities. There's plenty of the locum groups. I like that you can easily select and find different shifts if you want to go and try and pick them up. And of course, before you come to Scotland, before you start, performers list, occupational health, medical insurance, all of it's the same. For the interview, there are certain subtleties difference, which the Scottish specific realistic medicine right decisions for the knowledge. There's a little bit different contract than in England. There's no quaff, which is nice when you don't have to worry and prepare those reports. There's still health and social partnership. They do check the quality of care that is being delivered, but it looks a little bit different. Again, no CQC, there's Healthcare Improvement Scotland. IT looks a little bit like going back in time, but it works. So Vision and DUC1 is something that we have. And important is that often when you're talking about getting a job in Scotland, especially rural Scotland, you have to have some courses, and one most popular one is the basics one, which is the PrEC, pre-hospital emergency care, because very often you're on your own, there's not much support. So you are very often called out to additional things. So you need to know how to deal with that. So this is a little trick if you want to have a good interview, that's something to look at. In terms of the first year, how to get to this, I think just be true to yourself, ask a lot of questions, and I think that will be the summary of it. In terms of the CPD, RCGP website with a lot of one-day essential, carry on with that. There are some Scottish specific resources as well that you can see on this slide. I would also highly recommend Thrive and Fast5, RCGP Scotland project. Karen, who co-runs it with Mike, they're absolutely excellent. You will learn all about the drama triangle, which I think is very, very important to know how to have those soft skills. Appraisal, mentioned earlier today, SOAR, very easy to navigate system, useful to get to know. And I will just hope to see you all in Glasgow in a little bit in October later this year. Thank you very much for the attention. I'll put my details if any further questions.
I'm sure, I feel as though you'll be presenting in the conference in Scotland. And anyway, brilliant to have that overview of Scotland. It gives a real flavour for, like the PAC training of, remembering that you're actually going to be on your own sometimes. Really interesting. And also, I think there probably are some jobs up there for those that are looking. Any particular questions for Anna? She covered so much, so brilliantly. Obviously very experienced GP. I don't know how many years you've been doing it, Anna, but there's a lot that you've managed.
November 24. That was my CCT.
Okay. That's really not very long. That's a year and a half. Okay, well, good.
Anna.
I'm just going to move. If it's okay, hold that question, and I'm going to move on to. I think I am going to finally get to. Thuva, who is the last one to speak. Yeah, and then we'll take questions from him and for everybody. Thank you.
Cheers for that, Mariana. Thank you for heading over. Again, it's great to be here at the First5 Induction event. I think Teos has been trying to do this for a little while. Finally, I'm glad to see this happen because one of the first things I'll say, I CCT'd in 2020. So unfortunately, I've been a year out of the First5. As much as I want to hold on to it, I'm actually too old for this now. I'm not allowed, as hard as I've tried. So I've gone on to early careers lead for the Midland faculty now. Without going too much around into it, so I CCT'd in 2020 in the peak of the pandemic, and I was looking around for jobs, and one of the things I wanted to focus on, or I had a passion for, was dermatology, because I happened to just be doing Botox and fillers for about 2 years before I CCT'd. So it went hand in hand, and I am actually a wannabe orthopedic surgeon throughout my medical school training. And actually, for 3-4 years into medical school, I realized, in fact, medicine might not be what I signed up for. I signed up for that altruistic vision of, helping people instead of stacking piles as a banker. And unfortunately, the hospital medicine didn't promise to deliver on that promise. But as I went through training, I thought, GP training was one of the things that GP as a profession is one of the things I thought that did all of that for me. Bit of enterprise, bit of management, but at still delivering on that patient report and promise to care for someone cradle to grave, maybe not any longer, but at least that was the promise when I started. So I think that's why I chose that. And I think along that flexibility, I went along those lines. I was lucky enough to land a dermatology fellowship where I did two days of GP. Well, actually, to start off with 3 days of GP and 1 day of dermatology at the beginning, and then subsequently did 2 days of dermatology, 2 days of GP, and then subsequently 1 day of dermatology, 1 day of GP, and 2 days of dermatology. In working in community dermatology clinics, seeing everything that you referred to hospital, from eczema to psoriasis that's not worked, to suspected skin cancer to some degree, but just a little amount that you don't think people generally don't have a high index of suspicion, mostly benign lesions really to confirm benign. And unfortunately at that time, obviously, is when the PLCV criteria started becoming more rigorous. So we didn't really get to do a lot of minor surgery, but mostly just confirm diagnosis. And I happened to just be fortunate enough that I was doing Botox and fillers, that one of the perks, or one of the reasons I was invited onto the fellowship, was to run the private service of that GP conglomerate modality partnerships. I'm sure some of you have heard of modalities, super partnership up and down the country. So one of the half days, Tuesday afternoons, I used to run their private medical spa, where we used to essentially do internal referrals and external referrals, doing minor surgery alongside lasers. But also Tuesday morning, I would do the NHS dermatology laser. So I got to experience the full breadth of dermatology, not just the pathological clinical dermatology, but a cosmetic laser dermatology, but also the surgical elements of it as well. And I think alongside that time, as we all do GPs, I think we have some element of ADHD, isn't it? We just can't say no to things, right? So I was as an AIT training rep for the BMA, the RCGP, HEE, and then that progressed onto a training hub job where I was running the Need to Practice Fellowship for the local training hub alongside that. And then I was the vice chair for the BMA for the region for that time. And that then eventually progressed on to being a non-executive director on the local hospital board as a non-executive director. And I think at that time, where you saw GPs being taxi drivers, and there's a collapse in the market, and there was an excess amount of GPs left onto the market when that program increased. I think it was a bit of a lower, downer, disheartening time, I think. And I think that's when I stopped. Or as I think most people do, every 3 to 5 years, you stop and check, right? Check how many hats you're wearing, because it's a recipe for disaster. And I got to that point of near burnout, I think probably 2-3 years post CCT, because I was just taking on every job and not having time for it. And I stopped and really thought about, what is my priority now? I've done everything I wanted to do. I've had a taste of everything. And I essentially picked. And one of the ways I went about it is resigning from my whole job. So that's resigning from the NHS GP job, the community dermatology job, and the private elements of it as well, from the employed elements of it. I decided to keep on doing the training hub fellowship participation and the non-exec director for a little while. And I decided that I was going to take the approach of being able to care for the patients how I wanted to care for the patients on my own terms. So then I set out on investing in building what is now Dr. Dam skin clinics across the West Midlands and London, so that I can do and offer the full plethora of the care that patients needed from me, rather than spending half my time saying no to people and seeing sad faces, unfortunately. And that's where I am today. Most of my time I've invested or invest in either doing clinical services, both for the NHS and in private dermatology, but also education. I think one of the things I did at the first, when I resigned, was set up what we call the Black Country Skin Club, because I think one of the things that in the medical curriculum, but also GP curriculum, doesn't do enough of, despite 20% of what we see being skin and hair, is dermatology education. So as part of my training hub role, but also privately, I set up this meeting that we do every other month, Wednesday evening, because that's probably not the busiest time for GPs, because you can't get out Monday, Friday, where we get people in a room to speak about dermatology, whether that's from a consultant talking at you, really. But what I find, to my surprise, that the most thing that people value in that time is seeing each other and having that isolation fixed, right? So you get calibrate of our practices and also see each other and have a reasonable meal, nothing posh, but it's
Brilliant.
seeing each, because people don't want to leave 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. and people don't want to leave the room. I'm like, what's going on here? But that's what I enjoy now. So that's my hats I wear now, and that's my focus now. And one last thing before I go, as part of that, I thought I'd love to spread this to everyone and support people in this similar journey. We've set up a special interest group as part of the RCGP called non-commissioned care. For those of us who are in private general practice, private dermatology practice, but also in outside of usual NHS commissioning, including military and charity sector. To cover all of that, I thought we'd provide us a nice little environment and place for us to all work together for better standards, not just for the NHS, but also in private care. I'll stop there.
My goodness, another person. It's just ridiculous. I mean, here we go. So I feel that most people here will be a little bit overawed by the amount of stuff that these fantastic people have managed to fit in and achieve, and including husbands. I just wondered if anyone had felt the same. I mean, who is feeling slightly, in awe, and possibly even worried about the months and years ahead. No, nobody's feeling in awe, and nobody's feeling worried. That's good. That's good. We're all going through the bamboo. It's all going through us. We just accepting that these people do these things, and we're not affected by it. So that's great. So does anybody have any questions for these fantastic people before we pop off? But thank you, Thuva, for all that experience, an amazing journey. Thank you, Rebecca, for the so many intense things that you do so well, and Anil for managing his children in the background, as well as saying no to some things sensibly, and Anna for being inspirational on just doing so much in a short time, and so energetically for her country, Scotland, and the research nationally. So thank you very much, and I think we're off for a 1 hour break, due to come back after lunch.
Just before we go on a break, quick question to the panelists. I know for a lot of roles, or not a lot of roles, some roles are not necessarily paid. What do you say to that as you progress, really? What do you say to that? Do you take some paid, some unpaid? Because the truth is, I hear a lot of concerns from people about this. It all sounds amazing, but everyone's like, oh, but are they going to pay me? Are they not going to pay me? I know I'm going somewhere sensitive. And then we go on a break. Lunch, actually. Who wants to speak to that?
I feel that people who have talked seem to be saying that they're increasingly saying no to things that aren't paid, and making sure that they are getting paid. What is that wrong?
Tuva, what do you want to say to that?
I think it's a double-edged sword. I think when you're a trainee, I thought I had the luxury of time, so I said yes to everything free, right? BMA roles, LMC roles, and I think this modern day conundrum of no experience, no job, right? It is true. So you do have to give your time freely to begin with. But eventually, as your CV starts to thicken up and you get that network and you get that experience where you're able to independently do stuff or advise or connect or lead, then you have to become more selective. So I think it's a journey, really. But I think it's important that you don't leave that question or that selective nature of asking for what you're worth too late, and you don't burn out before you come to that realization. So be picky sooner rather than later, but you do have to start off, in my opinion, free. And sometimes if for example, one of the opportunities that was afforded to me was Lerner wanted me to do their medical director job for their diploma, but the numbers just doesn't make sense, and you have to say no, even if they're offering you money and the money is just a gimmick. You have to learn to say no and be strict with yourself, because loading yourself too much that you miss out on what you normally do at GP or what you enjoy, or into your personal life and your health. So that's what you have to contend with.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Good
Because
question.
it's
Good
important
answer.
we're real with this feeling. Does anyone else want to speak to it? If not, that is fine. Yes,
I was just going to say on that is most of the people that you're working with are normally being paid in those roles if they're offering you something for free. So if you go, I'd love to be interested, but in at this moment in time, is there a paid opportunity for this? Obviously be okay with them saying no to that, and then that might not be the role for you at that time. But most of them are in some way aware that your time is precious and there is often a pool of money somewhere, but you might have to just ask.
Yeah. So different perspectives, really. Oh, Anna wants to speak to it as well.
Yeah, if I just wanted to maybe mention that what is it always about the money, or it is as well about the different opportunities? So it is the question, what are you getting for that unpaid role? Because if the role opens you the doors for the next promotion, next opportunity, it's for example in the research, it opens the opportunity to be involved with the projects, be on the papers, build your network. So this is what you individually need to gauge where you are at the moment with your life, with your capacity, and with the future. What are your plans for the future? So important to think about the money, but also about the non-monetary benefits, what you can help in your life.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I'll just stop it there, but this conversation can continue, beyond this room, really. But we need to be real. Over to you, Mariana.
Okay, there was one little question from Rajasi who wanted to speak before as well.
I just want to ask Dr. Thuba, since he's deeply in dermatology. Earlier, Dr. Chopra also mentioned about he's doing something about removal of skin lesion. And I've come across quite a few different courses on dermatology, like courses just on how to use dermatoscope and the other dermatology related courses. So I basically wanted to know if there's one dermatology course that you would recommend that one should do that will increase the chance of employability and opportunity in the future. What would be that one course? Thank you.
Thank you. It was about which course would be best through
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question. I think you're spot on. I think when it comes to dermatology, it's about being able to know as well as you can the exact diagnosis of what's in front of you, not that it's a mole of water or something. It's exactly knowing with essentially 99% or more certainty that what it is. So, because ultimately you're going to decide to take it off or treat it. The treatment is the easy part, is knowing the diagnosis. So that comes down to, unfortunately, dermoscopy. You need to get skilled at dermoscopy, right? But the lucky thing with dermoscopy is you can get a free dermoscope of Amazon for 10, 20 quid. It's called a Dweller's Loop, right? And you can practice with that. Yes, it's not a medical device and I'm not endorsing it. Do it at your own risk. But every dermatologist in the country and every gypsy carries one of those cheap things in their pocket for a time when your dermoscope dies of battery, or if you need it in general practice. But again, a good thing is that dermoscopy is not something you need to pay to attend. There is infinite amount of resources online that's free to access for you to start off with dermoscopy in both webinars and videos and teachings and things as well. Now, of course, I can understand it's a bit difficult in terms of confidence probably when you start off with that. So there are consultant-led courses that you can do. For example, I did one with Dr. Deepak Karellan, but unfortunately they are expensive on the steeper side, but you often involve either a dermoscope in part of that package or a mentoring session or tutoring session with them on a regular basis. One, to keep you accountable, but to also know that someone else has signed you off on it to some degree and to instill some confidence. I think that's what it comes down to. But there is no shortcut to experience. Unfortunately, you just have to see hundreds and hundreds and diagnose them and be aware that it's right. And I think the easiest way to do that, especially in the world of teledermoscopy, is to do the lesion, figure out what you think it is, send it off and see what it comes back with. That's the best way to learn, I would say, if you wanted to go about it. But also, you can also spend £3,000 on a one-to-one mentoring course if you wanted to. But I don't think that's absolutely necessary, in my opinion. It might make you feel.
Thank you. Brilliant. Okay.
And my quick response was the Cardiff dermoscopy course, Intro to Dermoscopy. It is £1,000, but if you end up with a dermoscope, and it will teach you most of what you need to know general practice wise if you actually took on everything.
And the RCGP do also do skin lesion and injection courses as well, but not dermatoscopy.
Yeah, dermatoscopy.
Yeah.
But actually, the best thing is find a friendly dermatologist. I literally cold emailed a bunch of random dermatologists from my local hospital,
Mhm.
and I sounded keen in the email, and they
Mhm.
said, "Yeah, come along,"
That would
and
do.
that was it.
That
It
would
just
work.
went from there.
That's right. A bit of primary, secondary care interaction. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
Which
there's
I
no
did unpaid, just to confirm.
yeah.
Every Tuesday I sat with the dermatologist, the hospital, unpaid, and that was it, like a medical student.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, Tracy.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that session, Mariana. At this point, we will go for our lunch break. I mean, I want you to relax, enjoy yourselves. We should all be back for 2:20. But I'd ask all the first five leads and ex-leads, established GPs, um, to stay on for a bit for us to take a good picture. But please keep the conversation going. Network should continue. Hashtag RCGP First5 Induction, and looking forward to seeing you at 2:20. Thank you. Brilliant. Okay. Right. So next really is a topic on understanding structural organizations within general practice. And we've got Dr. Hussein Ali taking this session. And I think I was particular about this because oftentimes for a lot of us, we think any issues in general practice, RCGP. But actually, there are loads of layers, that are involved. And actually, it'll be lovely for you to understand the different organizations. But also, if you need to get involved at any leadership level, there are opportunities in those sectors as well. So Dr. Hussein Ali is a GP partner at Jacksdale Medical Center, having qualified as a GP in August 2023 and moving directly into partnership. He's got a strong interest in the long-term sustainability of general practice with a focus on the primary secondary care interface and GP registrar training. He's committed to promoting safe working and advocating for sustainable general practice. He holds a postgraduate certificate in metabolic medicine with special interest in diabetes and obesity, and he is passionate about the role of general practice in long-term condition management. Along his work as a GP partner, he serves as the first five lead for the RCGP Vale of Trent faculty and is council member of the Nottingham Medical. Oh, I can't say that word.
Just call it Medkai. It's fine.
No, Medkai Society. Yeah, Medkai Society. Thank you very much. Over to you, Hussein.
Thank you very much, Tosi. I'm just going to share my screen, or is that okay? Or one, yeah. Oh, it's asking me to grant privacy and security. 1 second. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to try sharing my screen again. And let's start. Can you see that, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Hussein. I'm a GP partner in Nottingham. I'm first five lead for RCGP Vale of Trent faculty. I'm also on the Nottinghamshire Local Medical Committee, or LMC. So I wanted to speak to you today about the different organizations. I'm aware that I only have 10 minutes, so I apologize. I won't be able to stop for questions, but do type them in the chat and we can hopefully get to them later. So in your first 5 years as a GP, it can feel like there's a whole alphabet soup of organizations around you. So RCGP, LMC, BMA, GPC, GMC, PCN, ICB, MDO. My aim in the next 10 minutes is that you'll know who is who, what they do, who to contact when something crops up in your working life. Why structures matter in your first 5 years. So as a new GP, there are a lot of organizations in the background of your working life. If you understand who's who, you'll know where to go for support, training, and representation, and what not to ignore. So as first five lead of RCGP Vale of Trent and Nottinghamshire LMC member, I've also been part of the Phoenix program, which is a new to practice program. I'm speaking as someone who's involved in all of these different structures in some shape or form. Your day-to-day work will usually be within a PCN, and that PCN sits within an ICB. So PCN stands for Primary Care Network. ICB is Integrated Care Board. And around you, you've got different organizations that support you professionally, represent you, regulate you, and protect you legally. I'm going to focus on the key ones. So RCGP, LMC, BMA, GPC, GMC, and your MDOs, and I'll briefly link them in to the PCN ICB structure locally. Okay. So first, RCGP, so Royal College of General Practitioners, think of it as your professional home as a GP. So it's the membership body that focuses on GP standards, education, and championing general practice. It looks after things like the curriculum and the MRCGP. It sets and promotes standards of care in general practice, provides a huge amount of CPD, guidelines, educational content, and it's tailored to GPs at different stages of their career. For you, in your first 5 years, RCGP is where you'll find structured CPD, first 5 networks and events, mentoring and peer support, which has been mentioned already, and opportunities to get involved in shaping the future of the specialty. Locally, each faculty, Vale of Trent being one of them, runs its own events and networks. As first 5 lead, part of my role is to make sure that the support is relevant and accessible to people like you who are just stepping into that independent practice role. So the RCGP is a professional membership body for GPs in the UK, and being involved locally will give you that peer network support and a way to influence what kind of things and what kind of support you're offered. And everyone can get involved, okay? Next is the LMC, stands for Local Medical Committee. So if you think about the RCGP as your professional home, the LMC is your independent local voice. So it's the statutory body that represents GPs and practices in a defined geographical area. So in my area, it's Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. In yours, it will be something else. So they work very much locally. They'll speak on your behalf to commissioners. So these are the people in charge of commissioning different services in your area. It's great to know as a GP in your first 5 which services are commissioned, which services aren't. And they'll also speak to you on your behalf to the ICB, to NHS England, and other local bodies. They can advise practices and individual GPs on contractual and professional issues. They also do a lot of behind the scenes support if things start to go wrong. So that includes workload issues, unfair expectations, disputes. You don't really join the LMC in the same way you join the college. It's paid by a levy that comes out of the practice's budget. And that's from every practice in the area. A small amount of money comes out, funds the LMC. The LMC will do that action. It represents GPs in an area, and it doesn't matter whether you're a member of any other body, LMC will serve you. If you're worried about a contract change in your practice, unsafe workload, a local decision, let's say you've written to one of your secondary care colleagues and something didn't quite feel right, LMC is there to give you that advice and that representation. So as an LMC rep myself, I will see firsthand how valuable it is when GPs will contact early rather than waiting until things reach crisis point. The BMA. So we're going to widen things out to more national representation. The British Medical Association is the professional association and the trade union for doctors. It'll represent doctors on pay, terms and conditions, workplace issues, supports individuals with contract checking. As a first 5 GPs, will be really important for you. If you're negotiating a contract and you want your contract to be checked, then there's a free contract checking service that can help you with that. Within the BMA, you've got the GPC, which is the General Practitioners Committee. So that's the national representative body for GPs. And historically, GPC has been the key body that negotiates the national GP contract, dealing with national issues affecting general practice. To put it simply, LMC is a more local body that represents GPs. The BMA is more national trade union, and the GPC is the GP negotiators. Practically speaking, the BMA can help you if you're worried about your employment contract. The GPC you won't really directly be involved in, but they'll be behind the national discussions and headlines about your contract, the workload, and the future of general practice. Your LMC links into the GPC, and local views from your LMC will help shape what negotiations take place at GPC level. It gets very confusing, but the more you familiarize yourself, the more it makes sense. Just a comment about the GPC. It's the main negotiating body. It works nationally. I'm not involved with the GPC myself, but it is something that you can get involved with. But just know that they are doing a lot of behind the scenes work. And a lot of the negotiations around contract changes will be as a result of these kind of discussions. The GMC. So the GMC stands for General Medical Council. This is where, if you think about the RCGP, the LMC, and the BMA, who are there to primarily support and represent you, the GMC will exist to protect patients and uphold professional standards. So the GMC will maintain the medical register, will maintain license to practice, and set some professional standards. So good medical practice, I'm sure everyone's heard of it, was written up by the GMC. It will oversee the quality of your medical education and training. It will investigate concerns about doctor's fitness practice, and has the powers to impose sanctions, including removal from the register. For you, as a first five, you must stay registered and licensed. You must engage with the revalidation and CPD. I think revalidation appraisal already been mentioned in this morning's talk really well. You're expected to practice in line with the GMC standards. So just to highlight the contrast, the RCGP, LMC, and BMA or GPC are largely on your side, whereas the GMC tends to be more patient-focused and neutral, and will step in if standards might not have been met. I hope that makes sense in your brains. So MDOs, broad umbrella term, come in various flavors, MPS, Medical Protection Society, MDU, MDDUS, amongst a whole other wide variety of providers. Their job is to be your legal safety net. They'll provide the indemnity cover for your clinical work. They'll give medical legal advice if you receive a complaint, for example. They can represent and support you in serious incidents, inquests, coroner inquests, or GMC processes. As far as you're concerned as a first five, make sure that you have the appropriate indemnity that covers the whole breadth of what you're actually doing in your day-to-day. If you think there's an issue that might escalate, make sure you have that appropriate indemnity in place so that you can contact your medical defense organization very early. They'd much rather hear from you earlier on than when it gets all the way to a potential, God forbid, GMC hearing. So make sure you have that indemnity in place for your practice. So just to connect this back to the structures, your structures you'll see every day, your practice will sit within a PCN, a primary care network, and a group of practices working together on services and workforce is what a PCN is. So our PCN, where I am, is a group of 8 GP practices, for example. They'll sit within an ICB, and the ICB will cover that locality. For example, Nottinghamshire ICB, where I work, and they're the local NHS body that commissions services and sets the priorities for what services are delivered. When PCNs or ICBs make decisions that affect your workload, your contract, and your service delivery, that's where the LMC will represent you in that system. That's where the BMA will represent you at a national level, and the RCGP can provide you with that professional voice that argues for the good, sustainable general practice and quality care. So it's very important to know where you sit in your everyday. Who to contact and when. So many confusing organizations, but I'll try and break it down as simple as possible. LMC and BMA, if it's your employment contract, national contract changes or big picture worries about where general practice is going is more GPC and BMA updates, usually emails, webinars, LMC briefings. Questions about standards, CPD, exams, professional development, RCGP is your place to go. That can be our RCGP website at a national level, but also your local faculty. So get to know your local faculties, who to contact, who to get help from. If there's a complaint, a claim, serious incident, a potential GMC concern, that's your medical defense organizations first and foremost. If there's something that you feel there's a service redesign or a local pathway change that you feel is unsafe or unmanageable, speak to your local practice, speak to your practice's leadership, and you can also contact your PCN's clinical director and loop in the LMC as well. Ways to get involved. You don't have to do any of this now, but just know that there's a lot of different routes out there. Knowing that they exist can be a good way to vent your frustrations, to shape changes and improve things for yourself and future GPs. Thank you very much. I think that's the end. In your first 5 years, you're not alone. You sit in a network, you've got that support. Just know who to access and when. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're all here to signpost each other and help each other out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, really. Questions can go in the chat box in relation to that, and then we can address all of that later. But thank you so much for that, Hussein. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we will move on to the next bit in terms of another panel discussion. Okay, this is looking at CPD mentoring, network, and ongoing support using RCGP resources effectively. Guys, you pay for this membership, so it's good for you to know what is available practically for you as well. We do have Dr. Kiran Bailal, who's going to chair this session with panelists Dr. Emma Wang and Dr. John Goodrich. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat box and we'll try to answer it as we go along. Okay, I'd introduce Kiran and then, the other two speakers will let us know about themselves, but we'll keep it short and sweet so that you guys can have time for questions, okay? Right, so Kiran is based in Greater Manchester and works as a salary GP with a keen interest in medical education and leadership. She is the First5 lead for RCGP Northwest England faculty. She is a trainer and mentor for GP registrars. She supports early career GPs in navigating the transition to independent practice by helping build confidence, helping them find balance, and also shaping a fulfilling career. So we're going to invite Kiran and the panel. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kirsty. Really helpful. And it's great to be here to meet everybody, particularly in the breakout room. If we're not speaking, please can we try to mute ourselves? Thank you very much. So like Kirsty mentioned, I'm a salary GP and now a trainer working in Oldham in Greater Manchester. But like we mentioned in the breakout room, our region is large, so I'm just the Northwest First5 representative. So really great that, seriously, thank you for organising this brilliant event. I wish something like this existed when I was a First5, because I feel we all go through very similar kind of questions, queries. The broad themes are very much the same, and instead of us trying to figure everything out by ourselves, it's helpful to speak to people who've been there before and can guide us. And really, for that reason, I feel being part of the community like the college in your local regional areas is really helpful. And of course, you can make use of the different resources that are out there. So I'd like to introduce our speakers for this panel. So perhaps we can draw on their experiences, ask any questions that you feel any burning questions that you might have or may come up. So firstly, Dr. Emma Wang, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi everyone, thanks so much for inviting me to be here today. It's lovely to see so many people, and fabulous work, Toyosi, for pulling this together, because I know how much work goes into this behind the scenes, and to all of the RCGP staff as well. So my name's Dr. Emma Wong and I am a GP. I'm currently based in Sheffield, which for those of you that don't know is in South Yorkshire, North Trent, and we come under in the bigger group of faculties, Northwest region. I do 4 sessions a week as a GP partner. 2 sessions a week as a training program director for the Sheffield and Barnsley scheme. And then I do my work with the college, and I'm also a trustee for the local university students union as well. And I balance all of that with looking after my toddler, who is currently 2.5. So lots of roles to juggle. I've been qualified 5.5 years now, so I just came out of First 5 in February. Varied experience, still enjoying being a GP, but certainly even 5 years on, it's different to when I went through training CCT. So hopefully between us, we'll have some useful advice for you. And I would also say no question is a stupid question. So anything you can think of, ask now.
Thank you, Emma. That's really helpful. And I remember when I CCT'd and you did a talk for us about how to navigate a First 5 life, and I found that really helpful. So we keep inviting you back. Thank you. So next, but not least, John Goodrich, please.
Well, hello, everyone. My name's John Goodrich, and I'm a GP partner in Ballymena in Northern Ireland, where I've worked since 2010. I'm an 8-session partner. I had CCT'd in 2006. I locumed for a little bit, and then I settled in this great practice, which gives me all the wonderful benefits of partnership, of autonomy, of variety, and of continuity, and I'm very happy to be here. I've been the vice chair in RCGP NI, Northern Ireland, for 5 years now. My role as vice chair is with membership and professional development. We do a lot of the CPD work around Northern Ireland. We see many of the first fives there. And actually, meeting people is as much a joy and a benefit of mine with the CPD as actually the CPD learning, which is great. And I want to encourage you to engage for that point. I also am a tutor with the undergrads at the Ulster University Medical School. I do a little bit of work in the local out of hours centre. And in practice, I have an interest in the practice management, in minor operations, minor surgery, and in joint injections.
Wow, thank you, John. So wealth of experience really on the panel today. And, it'd be great to have your questions and anything that comes to mind, things but perhaps the panelists can share about things they wish they'd known. So if it's all right, can people put the questions in the chat? If you want to raise your hand and ask the questions, that's fine. Whilst we're waiting, I wonder, Emma and John, perhaps you could share with us, and you have to pick one mentor whom you have met through RCGP and why you value their mentorship.
Which one of us should go first?
Go for it, Emma.
It's hard, isn't it? Because, like you said, John, I didn't mention I'm also our faculty vice chair and I'm the established GP lead. And there are so many fabulous colleagues doing so many wonderful things. I think the person who probably inspires me most is actually the college's current vice chair for professional standards and development, who is a lady who is also in Yorkshire called Margaret Itko. She is absolutely fabulous because she is somebody who listens, hears, and will act on what you say. So if you want to make something happen, she is the kind of person who will not just do it for you, but will support you to work out how you do it yourself and provide the support you need to get where you want to go. And I think she's very good at embodying what a leader should be. And she is just one of the many fabulous people who are doing the everyday GP job and a lot of extra things as well.
Thank you. She's fantastic, isn't she? Thanks for sharing, Emma, and picking one. John?
Yeah, mine, simply, there was a former chair of the RCGP in Northern Ireland called David Johnston. He was an extraordinarily vigorous man, full of vision, full of ideas, full of energy, lots of courage, and just watching him and working alongside him, it makes you bold to go and do things that you wouldn't otherwise do. He actually pushed me gently, encouragingly into a lot of roles, when especially early career, where you think, I'm not ready for this. There's maybe a little bit of imposter syndrome. These are big roles, they're not for me. But all these roles are done for people just like me and just like you. Dr. Johnson had a great phrase he often used with me. He said of Abraham Lincoln, the 16th US president, 1861 to 1865, and he had a couple of really big deals in the life of the Union, the Civil War and the abolition of slavery, and he faced a lot of opposition for that. But Lincoln had a phrase, and David Johnson often quoted this to me. Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So go out and be the change you want to see, and don't be afraid to take a chance, because if you don't try anything, you'll not fail at anything. But it's better to go out there and be a part of it. And that attitude he has just imbued into me, and I've taken it with me, and the fear of failure just evaporates. A lot of things work out, some don't, but it's a much richer life, and I want to encourage you all to embrace it and go for it.
Oh, John, that's wonderful. That's really encouraging words. And certainly in your first 5 journeys, when you're just starting out as GPs, I think it's really important to think about, actually, this is a long career ahead of you. Take the time to get to know what you like, what you enjoy, what you want to try, and be brave. Thank you for sharing that. If it's okay with you, we'll move on to questions. So we've got somebody with a hand up. If you'd like to unmute yourself and ask your question, Rajarshi.
Yeah, hi. Well, this question is for Dr. John Goodrich, specifically related to Northern Ireland. So I have worked in the Republic of Ireland. I've also worked in Northern Ireland, in A&E, in every hospital in Northern Ireland. My question is that as a GP, and as a non-white GP, what challenges one might face considering the recent scenarios in Northern Ireland, and also how easy or how difficult it might be for a non-white, non-Irish GP to settle in Northern Ireland and function normally. And lastly, what kind of support? So when I moved from Republic of Ireland to UK, and I found a lot of support and support groups in UK, and things were really smooth and good. So what kind of support system are available in Northern Ireland for foreign GPs, non-white foreign GPs?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I understand some of the anxieties about coming up here. For those of you who aren't in Northern Ireland, we're a fairly small part of the UK, 3% of the overall population by number, 1.95 million people. We share a land border with the Republic of Ireland. It's the only land border the UK has with a foreign state. And we have 305 GP practices in Northern Ireland. It's the least ethnically diverse part of the UK, Northern Ireland. But that's increasingly changing. We have 121 GP trainees each year allocated, not always filling them, but mostly we do. For the last several years, more than half of those placements have been taken by international medical graduates, IMGs. And in our practice, we're a training practice. I can think of, 5 of the last 6 of our trainees have been IMGs, and we've had a very good experience. At college in Northern Ireland, we have an IMG lead, an IMG rep, and we do some work specifically for IMGs early in year 1 to help them to orientate, establish themselves, understand, and network. And I would direct you to that. If you drop your details into the link, I can copy you into our Belfast office and we'll make sure you get that stuff.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Next question is from Gemma Walters, which I suppose both of you could take. It's about any pitfalls of becoming a partner, I suppose, early on in your career, and how is it working alongside salaried colleagues who may be much more experienced than you? Sorry, John, I don't know when you became partner, but if that's relevant to you.
Emma?
So I was an early partner. I became partner 6 months after I CCT'd, which was in February 2021. And I went back to my ST3 training practice. And I was just saying in the Northwest breakout room, I probably wouldn't have gone straight in as a partner had I not worked at that practice and known it already, because you'll hear people say partnership is a bit like a marriage. Very easy to do, a lot harder to get divorced. And you need to make sure that it's the right place for you. Now, it can be difficult because I was quite a young partner. I just CCT'd. We were a training practice. So as a partner, people obviously think of you as a top tier practice. And we had ST3s in practice who 12 months before had been my colleagues at the end of ST1, ST2. So it can be difficult and it can feel slightly awkward. But actually, I think that's more of a personal thing, because all the way through medicine, when you work in hospital, when you're working in GP, so many people now come to general practice or other careers with different life experience, and we're all experienced in different ways. And just because you might not have as much clinical experience doesn't mean that you might not have experience in other areas like management, people management, human resources, which are all just as important in running a GP partnership, which is essentially a small business. So I don't think it should be a barrier. I just think you need to have an open mind and be respectful of the fact that other people may have experience and wisdom that can help without discounting that because they're not running the management team. If you listen hard enough, everybody has something useful to share.
Thank you, Emma. It's really good advice, especially for people who may be considering partnership.
May I just come in on that as well briefly? Yeah, I want to echo Emma's words. It is not unlike a marriage, and you must be very careful who you go into partnership with. But when it goes well, it is an extraordinarily rich and rewarding place to work. I was a locum for 3 years. There are 16 practices in the town where I live. I locumed in them all. I got a good view around. I was getting to know people. You see where you like, where you don't like. Part of it's personality. Part of it's how the place is set up, because I think there is now a critical size below which it's very difficult, because as the practice expands and more partners, you can share the load of management, which can be considerable. But 3 big benefits I want to impress upon you here. I would not go back to salaried life or locum life. I thoroughly enjoy partnership. There is the autonomy you don't like because you're accountable. And it is wonderful to have that control and to work for patients in a way that suits the local population. There's the autonomy. There's the variety. It is wonderful. I'm here 5 days a week. It's like a soap opera and I'm part of it. All these interesting things happen. You're finding the signal amidst the noise. You're seeing generations of families. And actually, now there's ones I've been here for 20 years that were babies, and now they're young adults, and they've never known any other GP here but me. And that's lovely. I hope to do another 20 years. I'm not 50 yet. And finally, the continuity, the thrill of even your heart sinks in a way become rewarding, because you just figure them out. You get to know what a win will be. You can understand their concerns. You can be pragmatic. In a way, you're much more exposed as a locum. So for the autonomy, the variety and the continuity, I want to encourage you to do look towards partnership if you can get it, but to be very careful about who you decide to go into partnership with, because it is a very close professional and personal relationship. And as Emma said, very difficult to get out of.
And you're absolutely right about the autonomy, John. And it reminds me of when we were all working through COVID and we had to switch overnight. And you guys will know from working in hospitals, you want to do anything or an audit in hospital, you have to jump through 63 hoops, IT, 23 people to find you the notes, 10 people to find the room to do the notes. And in GP, if you're a partner, you can just say, we're going to do this tomorrow, and you can do it because it's your business and you have that autonomy. This service doesn't work for patients, let's change it. Done. And in a health service that is becoming more and more bound by bureaucracy, it's so refreshing to be able to do that and say, actually, this is how we think patient care should look, obviously within the limits of the contract, but you can do that and you can deliver the care and the continuity so your patients keep coming back, which is normally a good thing.
I was going to say
Yeah.
good and a bad thing, I suppose, in a way. So there's a question from Nita asking about how to find partnership opportunities, essentially. Any words of wisdom from either of you?
Ask, which sounds really simplistic. We are currently recruiting a salaried with a view to partnership, and the best way is once you've been there, just say, are you looking for another partner? Ask at your interview if you're interested. But quite often, I don't know if you have the same thing in Northern Ireland, John, certainly in this area, we tend to recruit internally. So a lot of our practices, people start off as salaried, and once they've been there for a while, we say, actually, you fit in, you work with the ethos. Would you like to step up? And people retire, people leave for various different reasons. There may be a gap, there may not, but even if it doesn't look like there's a gap, like John said, people expand, people move in and out of the practice. So just ask if people are interested, and if people want you to stay, it is possible to create jobs as well.
I would say, in addition to that, Emma, to extend your marriage analogy a little, that if being in a partnership is like being married, then being a locum is like a courtship. And like we would never appoint externally. That's a risk. I mean, I wouldn't put an advert in a journal and ask someone to apply for partnership any more than I would put an ad in a Lonely Hearts column to request a wife. You get to know each other first. And I would say, to need our question there, if there's a practice that you like to work in, there's GPs whom you admire, an ethos, an environment you like, that you show up, you show willing, you do extra, you be keen. You may even be opportunity to develop an extra skill that you can bring to practice, like minor surgery, like joint injections, like women's health, that can bring income, show your worth. And then it's a simple question of maths after that. There's approximately 1,800 patients for each whole-time equivalent. So if you find out how many is in the list, add up how many partner sessions there are and divide by 8 for whole-time equivalents, you know roughly how many GPs are needed to cover that. So you see where there's a gap. And in our case, we had an extraordinarily good trainee 5 years ago who left us, did a bit of locum work, but she was so good. And we knew she would be snapped up so quick that we made a place for her at our own expense as a partner, because we had a retirement that would be coming up in 3 years' time. But we thought we would swallow the loss for that time, because she's a 30-year project. She's all we'd hoped she would be, and she's wonderful. So there's a mutual benefit here. Practices will be looking for you if you're good.
And partners talk as well. Just like we know that trainees talk and salarieds talk, and even if it might not be a job for you at your practice, medicine is a small world. So the partners at your practice, even if they don't have the financial capability to give you a job, might say, this place down the road is hiring and they are good. And speak to the partnership team and say, this person has applied, they've worked with us, we know they're fabulous because of all the reasons John's just mentioned. So even if you don't think there's an opportunity there, it's still worth demonstrating the skills and capabilities that you think you'd want to bring to a partnership role.
Thank you, Emma and John. That was really good and well covered, in terms of the questions regarding partnership. And it's really great to see interest from First5 colleagues about wanting to become partners and exploring these opportunities as well. So I suppose in terms of if anybody has any further questions, feel free to either send in the comments or raise your hands. Otherwise, if you can keep muted, please. Thank you. And I guess in terms of we're thinking widely about the CPD mentoring opportunities that are on offer from the college. So as part of your membership, you do have access to a variety of CPD that you can access in your own time, flexibly, on the day, virtual, face-to-face. As well as that, you'll have more regional, local events as well that may meet your CPD needs including things, for clinical knowledge as well as other things like your BLS, etc. I think also what we find is that people often want advice or want support that are related to their specific scenario or the challenges they might be facing. And for that, mentoring can be really helpful. So if that's something that you feel you may benefit from, you can sign up on the mentoring platform on the RCGP website, and you can kind of peruse and be connected with a mentor who may be able to meet your specific needs, whether you have specific questions to do with parental leave, for example, or something else. So like I'm exploring this job opportunity and you want more of a one-to-one support, you can access it that way. But in sort of more wider context, like we have done the breakout room for the different regions, you get in contact with your local faculty reps, you'll find out more about opportunities that are around you and getting advice from people. Whenever you see a job advert, you'll find somebody else who works there or has been there, and therefore, what do they think about it? And really, it's that word of mouth and that confidence you get from the experience a colleague may have had that's going to help you along more so than anything else, really, and what a job advert says. So I'd certainly make use of that. So all those networking opportunities are there for you, and the college is here to support you along your journey as a First 5 GP. Emma, in your local area, what are the sort of things that the local faculty doing to support First 5 GPs?
And I was just pondering this when you were saying CPD. So I am not, as you can probably tell from my accent, originally from Yorkshire, but I consider myself a proud Yorkshirewoman, having been here for the best part of 20 years now. And we, between the three of our faculty, so South Yorkshire, North Trent, Yorkshire faculty, and Humber and the Ridings, which is essentially, forgive me, anyone who's not from these areas, Sheffield, Leeds, and Hull York, we do quite a lot of things together. So we do CPD events in the format of come along, learn about a clinical topic. We do BLS sessions, but we also do the more networking session. So we've got a fabulous wildlife park. If you like polar bears, check it out, Yorkshire Wildlife Park. There's 5 of them now. They're brilliant. And we go every summer with all 3 faculties. And you were making me think when you said mentoring, CPD, and networking. And I think it's important to flag that professional development isn't necessarily just being sat in front of a screen, learning about, I don't know, the latest goal in lipid management. Sometimes just being with your peers, like you would in a VTS debrief group, and being able to talk through the difficult cases and just offload and debrief the day, or ask those questions like you guys have just been asking us. Well, what's your salary timetable like at the practice? I'm thinking about being a partner. I know you're a partner. What are the pitfalls? It's just as important, CPD, and also something you can reflect on for appraisal. And it's the kind of softer side we often forget. So we try and do a lot of things like walk and talks. We're looking at a lot more family-friendly events. And certainly, I mentioned I have a toddler. I have a special interest in that at the moment. Toyosi and I both sit on the parents and carers group at the college because we know, and I'm sure some of you do as well, how hard it is to juggle working, toddlers, nursery bugs, life, and keeping up to date. So there is plenty of stuff out there, and lots of faculties have local interest groups as well, but also link into the college main group. The other thing I will just say about CPD, I was looking at this week, and it ties into what we were saying about partnership, because if you're a salaried GP and you are on the BMA's contract, you're entitled to CPD time. One of the things to consider when you're a partner is, of course, your contract is different. You may not get the CPD time. And I was pondering this the other day, because if I'm not being paid for my CPD time, I want to make it count. And I was looking at the different options out there. You guys might already know the college does something called One Day Essentials. It's a fabulous program. And the topics range from men's health, women's health, mental health. They either do half days or full days, and you used to have to pay for them. Tom will be able to tell us the exact figures. I think they're about £200 a course, and they're now completely free as part of your membership. You guys as First Fives get 2 years discounted membership for the first year anyway. I think you pay £467 because I looked it up the other day. If you look at membership for some of the other CPD organisations, you're paying over £400 a year just for the CPD. For the college, you get access to all these faculty events, the mentoring, the networking, and all the free CPD and all the e-learning written by GPs. To me, it's a no-brainer. And you also get things like the annual conference, which is great. And you ask what we're doing in our faculty. We normally try and meet up as our region when we're at the annual conference, which is in Glasgow this year. And we normally have quite a strong Yorkshire Humber contingent. And it's really nice because GP is a small world, you see the faces, and that's another form of networking and professional development too. Oh, and I can see Toyosi's on it and she's posted a link to the parents and carers group. So come join us.
Thank you, Emma, for sharing that. And she's also posted a link in the group, in the chat about the communities and different groups that are available depending on which special interest that you might want to explore. Thank you very much to our panelists for sharing their wisdom. And I'd like to pass over. I'm not sure who's going next to you. See, is it you? But sorry.
It is indeed. Thank you so much for that. That was really useful. Really appreciate the panel for that session. Guys, remember your mission today. You need to network with at least 5 people before you leave this induction today. And without further ado, really, I think it's important to just quickly highlight some things from what has been said. I want you to think about sharing with people, obviously not everyone. Let people know what you want to achieve. Like Emma said, people are talking. John also touched on it. So you never know, someone might not have an opportunity for you right there, but they might be able to recommend you to someone else if you show up and, come through nicely, obviously. The other thing to really point out, really, today, a lot of people have touched on maternity leave or pat leave and things like that. Just to mention, if you're on mat leave or any sort of parental leave, you do know, or if you don't know, now you know, there is the parental sort of adjustment for your fees. So you need to let the college know and you pay something reduced, for that time whilst you're on that parental leave. The college cares about your pockets. And, the college has been actively thinking about ways to support, really. So having parents' rooms at the conferences and more recently, the Creche Advocate Summit, which was really nice. And we're hoping to, build on that really in the future, hopefully. And special interest groups, we've touched on it, please, even down to having a special interest group on content creation. We've got something for you there. So the link is in the chat. Find what you're interested in and just engage that way. Beautiful way to plug in, really. And I really like what John said. If being a partnership is like a marriage, then being a locum is like courtship, So, if you want to test the waters, as it were, and there's the opportunity to do so. Right. We will move on and we'll be coming to an end soon. And another point as to the fact that we do listen as a college, right? So the breakout session, I know most of you loved it, but the time was short. So at the end of this session, once we're done with the induction, myself and a few of the first 5 leads will be happy to stay on and, for about 15 minutes. No pressure. You don't have to stay for it. And we'll be able to answer any pending questions you've got. Okay? Right. So we're going to go to this last segment of the day. And we will hear from the RCGP Provost, Professor Sir Sam Everington, and the Vice President for Finance and Member Value, Dr. Thomas Patel Campbell. I wonder if we start with Thomas first and then Sam, to do the rounding up. So I'm going to introduce Thomas. Thomas was elected as a member trustee of our RCGP Trustee Board back in 2023. He completed his GP training in 2016, moving to York. All these people from York, beautiful place, I guess, where he works as a GP partner. He qualified from UCL in 2011 with, an MBBS in medicine and a BSc in infection. In addition to his clinical sessions, he is his partnerships director of clinical operations. He's got clinical interest in respiratory medicine and contraceptives and sexual health. His other interests include the development of at-scale practices and multidisciplinary teams and digital transformation. Please welcome Thomas.
Thank you, Toyosi. And yes, everybody, all of that keeps me extremely busy. So hi, everyone. Yes, my name's Thomas. I am in my last week of First 10. So it's lovely to meet all of you First Fives. I was reflecting last night what to talk about in this last closing session and made a few bullet points. And actually, that highlights to me just to say thank you to all those who've organised this, because actually the things that I would think I would have been found helpful in my first 1 or first 2 years have been on the agenda. So I hope you've had a brilliant day and feel inspired to thrive in this, what a brilliant career at general practice. So just a few quick words from me, and then I'll hand over to Sam. A few nuggets of things that I think about. So what do you need to consider as a newly qualified or recently qualified GP? Well, GP is amazing. It allows you to practice autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Those are 3 things that give you value in the work that you do. And general practice is pretty unique at the ability for you to take control of all 3 of those things. But I think it's important to think about yourselves professionally to start with. General practice is hard work, and finishing GP training does not mean that any of us are the finished article. There's a book that's been questioned from an evidence point of view, but the suggestion by Malcolm Gladwell is that it takes about 10,000 hours to achieve mastery in any particular sphere. Now, most of us these days do 4 to 6 clinical sessions a week. If you do 4 clinical sessions, that's over 11 years before you've done your 10,000 hours. So be very, very mindful in what you take on, that it is really important to focus to continue to develop the skills needed as a GP. It's a long career and you need to maximize those skill opportunities. And do what you love. So learn to be a GP and do what you love. If your thing is like me, leadership, finance, respiratory medicine, do that. If your thing is women's health, do that. If your thing is other stuff, completely random, find what is really important to you, because it's you mustn't do things that you don't love. The second tip I'd give is look after yourself before your patients. A burnt out GP is no good to their patients, and many of us find ourselves in situations of moral injury in burnout, and that can be very, very difficult to manage. But you are no good to your patients if you're off sick. Think about what you need as an individual. We've all got different thresholds for pressure, for workload, etc. So reflect on what's right for you and think about what your ways of decompressing and unwinding are. Mine are football and computer games, if you want to know, as well as family time. Love a computer game. The third thing I'd share, and this is something that actually Margaret Ickpo says quite a lot of the time, Margaret's another one of our vice presidents, is find your tribe. I cannot stress that enough. Find your tribe for personal support. Who do you lean on when you're under pressure? Find your tribe for professional support. We've heard some conversations there about leaning on each other as first fives, but also in your practice. Know who to go to in your practice. Work as a team. It's really important to find a practice that suits you. I like working at scale. Others of you on the call might like to work in very small practices that have benefits of continuity in other ways. Find your practice tribe as well as your professional and your personal tribe. And then don't forget your professional home. RCGP is your professional home. Emma and others have already mentioned loads of the resources that are available. And my plea to you is don't be passive. Get involved, be inquisitive, and be the toddler that always asks why. There is no such thing as a stupid question in the college. There's no such thing as a stupid question working as a GP. And it is so complicated. Even I struggle to keep up. IHOs, ICBs, single neighborhood providers, practices, partnerships, salary. The world is a minefield and nobody can pretend that anybody knows all of it in detail. So please ask questions, be that toddler, but maybe don't be an annoying toddler. And lastly, yes, if you can think of ways that there are things that the college aren't doing, There's an absolute heap that we do already, but if there's stuff there that we're missing, I'd be very interested to hear through the membership team. So if you think there are gaps in our provision that would help us feel like your professional home, that would help you develop as GPs, please do get in touch and share. Things like the Parents and Carers Special Interest Group, the Content Creators Special Interest Group, some of the ways and mechanisms that we've worked with First Fives over the last few years have not been necessarily suggested by the college. They've been suggested by members who've wanted to get involved and advocate for themselves and colleagues. So please get involved. Don't be afraid. We're a lovely, cuddly bunch, and there's lots of interesting things out there. I hope you've had an absolutely brilliant day, and I'll hand over to Sam for Sam's closing thoughts.
I need to introduce Sam before he comes on, Right, so we've got Professor Sir Sam. Thank you, by the way. Thank you, Thomas, for that, that the bit of wisdom you've given unto us. Right, so we've got Professor Sir Sam Everington, who's been a GP since 1989. And having previously served on the college council, he spent his GP career in East London at the Bromley Bible Centre, which has over 100 projects under its roof, ranging from art and garden therapy to financial and jobs advice. And all of them are supporting the wider determinants of health. Sam was awarded the knighthood for services to primary care back in 2015 and an OBE for services to inner city primary care in 1999. He has also been the recipient of the International Award of Excellence in Healthcare and the Royal Society of Arts Albert Medal. Please welcome Sir Sam Everington.
Toyosi, thank you. Thank you so much. And so a few take-home messages from me. The first one is if you've not been to the MRCGP ceremony, or if you're getting close to the FRCGP ceremony, do come to it. First of all, Toyosi is an absolute star, and you'll meet her there. Absolutely inspirational in the one we had in London last week, actually. She was on her feet for about 13 hours, and absolutely, you were amazing, Toyosi. And I have to say, all the first, because I stand at the door and welcome everybody, and all the first fives I meet are absolutely inspirational. And I just wish I could be a first five again, rather than, dare I say it, be in the last five. But so what do you need to do for this all to be sustainable? Well, I'm 69, and what are the tips I would give you? The first one is look after yourself. The connection to your family, to your community, and to nature is absolutely vital. And you might see in the background here, I'm in Bergen with my uncle. I just flew in this morning, and after this meeting, I'm going to go swimming in the fjord behind me and have a sauna at the same time. And then all my family, we have a house up in the mountains in Norway, and all my 5 children aged 23 to 34, they join us up in the mountains. We get together as a family, sit round an open fire, walk in the mountains, swim in the lakes, pick berries. These are the things that will sustain you in the long term, this connection to family and community and nature. And of course, a healthy diet and exercise is critical to all of this. The other messages I'd give you is life is not a rehearsal. When I was working in Norway in a shipbuilding yard at the age of 17, a fellow student and friend of mine died next to me when a crane came down on top of him. That's why, by the way, I shifted from being a barrister to being a doctor and then a GP. But life isn't a rehearsal, so do what you want to do. Next thing, this one is always a surprise to some people. I always say to them, break the rules. Almost if you're not breaking the rules every day. By the way, on behalf of patients, you're probably not doing the right thing. We are very hidebound by all sorts of hierarchies in this day and age. And that can be quite suppressive mentally. Having your own autonomy, the freedom actually to do what you want to do, to break the rules when appropriate, really important. Now, in all my years since 1989, I've never had a financial case against me in terms of a patient. That's not because I've not made mistakes. You will make mistakes. And my tip to you is ring the patient straight away, tell them what's happened, take their anger on the chin, okay? It's really difficult. Say sorry, even if you don't think legally it's your fault, and they will trust you for your candor and transparency. And you're far less likely then to end up with the pain and suffering that you will come from some sort of legal action. So talk to patients, apologize to them. People who don't, who just sort of send an email like hospital systems often do, 2 weeks after an event, actually you've lost it by then. Remember how important your teams are. I am not a brilliant doctor, but I am brilliant because of my team. And so just as nurturing your family is important, nurturing your family at work, your team, is absolutely critical. Now, the other thing I'd say to you is that people often really worry about rejection when they apply for something, and you will be thinking of taking on clinical leaderships, partnerships, a whole raft of different things at this stage of your life. I was rejected many times, just bounce back. And my message to you is go for it. You know, they can turn round to you and say no. And also, actually, if somebody doesn't want you, you probably don't want them. Because if you believe in that philosophy of teamship as being really important, actually, if they don't want you in their team, you probably don't want to be there, or you shouldn't want to be there. But go for it. There is not a downside. And by the way, when you do apply for things, word gets around about you, and you're far more likely to get the job next time. Toyosi mentioned that I am a GP at the Bromley by Bow Centre. I have an amazing team of artists. In fact, I've just commissioned an artist to do some art for Sir Michael Dixon, who's the King's Doctor, a GP. How amazing is that? First GP ever, by the way, to be head of the Medical Royal Household. And as a present to him, because he's a great friend, I commissioned a sculpture. He likes herbal medicine, of lots of different herbs, which is just being made at the moment by one of our artists. But if you ever want to come and see round Bromley by Bow and taste social prescribing and some of the 100 projects that we do there, it's the best way to learn, by the way, the Academy of Life, we call it. You're very welcome. Just send me an email and come. Finally, the RCGP conference. It's an absolutely fantastic event, 2,000 GPs. Forget the formal training, forget the lectures. Just being with your colleagues is absolutely amazing. Trust me, a conversation for a quarter of an hour with Toyosi, it's be worth its weight in gold in terms of ideas and thoughts and inspiration. And remember that people like me, as a provost, I'm here to mentor. And I spend a lot of my time mentoring people one-on-one. Somebody just emails me and says, I want to talk to you. I'm particularly interested in parts of your career. I worked in the House of Commons. I'm on the board of NHS England. I'm interested in doing these sorts of things. And I help them think about how to apply. So I'll leave you with that. I'll leave you with a picture of the fjord, because I always think, actually, if you see water, you feel much better. And remember, look after yourself. It's a fantastic career. I walk in with a spring in my step into general practice every day now. Do not regret any moment, actually, in the past, how lucky I am. And I hope you're as lucky as I am. And remember, keep those friends, family, community, and nature close to your heart. Thank you, Toyosi.
Thank you so much. That was just inspirational. Like, you know, who wants to go and start swimming there right now? But honestly, for me, Sam exemplifies that whole concept around keeping the joy despite several years of being in general practice. So I want you to leave with that energy. Thank you for those wise words as well. And for everyone, thank you so much. We'll come to the end of this induction. Thank you so much for joining our first 5 induction today. We hope you found it beneficial and useful. It has been recorded and will be uploaded to our college YouTube channel within 2 weeks. please complete our feedback form. Like I said, this is the first we're ever having, and we'd love to learn the positives, the negatives, everything in between. We'd love to learn and make your next set better. Okay, complete the feedback form. The QR code to do that is right on your screen, and it will help shape future events really around that. We'll stop recording, and the offer is here for another 15 minutes, for myself and a couple of first 5 leads to stay on and answer any questions you guys have, really. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful, wonderful week. And congratulations to those of you that have CCT today. Well done. Bye now.